guys? Welcome to the stream. Running a few minutes later than usual today. I'm trying a new thing where I'm leaving the starting screen for a little bit longer because a lot of people aren't necessarily getting immediately getting the notification that I'm going live. I think I may start the stream earlier than usual by 5 or 10 minutes, and then just let the starting screen run so that people will have time to get the notifications and get connected in, because people have been missing the start of the show, and then they're like, oh hey, I wanted to hear about whatever, or you know, they don't like going and just watching the recording later. So I posted up for those of you that are newer to the channel, or if you're watching through YouTube or whichever, don't forget that there is a Discord for me specifically if you want to get in and have things to say after videos and stuff are over, after the live scene's over. Sometimes I'll get in there and just chat with people, but yeah, there's that as an option. I also post right before I'm actually going live, so before I hit the live button and start talking, I usually put my post up in there so people know I'm actively going live at that moment. And then I'll usually pose some kind of a question, or you know, let people know what it is I'm going to be streaming for the upcoming fairly close future. But the question for today is, I'm considering going ahead and starting the new class tonight. The question is, what class will it be? So I'll give a little time for people to show up, and we'll run a map or two here and see if I get people harassing me about buying stuff the moment that my map opens, you know, things like that. The fun stuff. The fun stuff. It's not that I don't like selling things, it's just that it drives me nuts when people literally wait until I'm in a map to buy things. Oh, there's a nice one right there I could hit. I can't decide. I might. Yeah, I want to keep pushing forward. Trying to get deeper into this stuff. I've still never found the any of the citadels yet. I only did like 2 maps yesterday because of having the WoW raid. Fortunately, there's no WoW raid to worry about tonight, so that is a plus. Turn that background light down just a hair. They need to come out with a better way to have webcams work in low light, because I mean, it's just something you don't want to see as gamers in a whole lot of light.
Remnants of a dead empire.
It's like a whitewash. It's crazy. So I am still enjoying the Infernalist. I've had a really good time playing this this build. More fun than I expected, because I've never been a fan of Summon Raging Spirits previously in games. Or I should say not in games, but in PoE. So this one's, this version of it's been pretty entertaining. But I'm thinking it's time to kind of move on and explore some of the other classes. Like I said, I am having a good time with this, and I'll probably keep playing it off stream, but I know some other people want to see some sort of play other than Infernalist. I don't even even know if I'll remember how to play the game as not an Infernalist. I'll just die constantly. I forgot to check and see if there was an update for the loot filter, so I'll probably do that right after this map. Just because I'm curious, plus it'll be mildly helpful when starting a new playthrough.
Waste of my time.
I need to check and see what the conversion rate on a div to exalts are currently, because I think I'm starting to get into the point to where I may have greater jeweler's orbs that I don't need anymore, and everyone is selling them for a div. Like, there's tons of them up on the market, so it's like, what's going to set mine apart from everyone else's? And that primarily would be if I sold it for exalts and for slightly less than a div. If I just want to, unload it. That's like I'm sitting on 7 div right now. It's not like it's a ton of currency or anything, but I mean, there's not really much that I need to buy at this point. I mean, there's a couple like really over the top items I could go for, but I mean, we're talking like, people still have these things up for 30, 40 div, and they're just not worth that in any capacity. I have just as much a chance of rolling the stuff on that one as I do getting the div that it would take to actually buy that. So one of the things that I don't necessarily care for about player-driven auction systems is you just have people that'll, they'll kind of game the system. Oh, look, somebody instantly wanting to buy something while I'm in a map. GG. This is one of the reasons that a lot of people don't sell things. Like I said, it's really nice that you have all 6 of your portals to be able to do things like this now, because previously it was really frustrating having to pop out of a run and waste a portal to be able to sell something to someone. It's much less of a pain in the ass now, but that still doesn't fight the fact that they really, really need to just have a automated auction system. I really just don't understand why that's not a thing. Oh, that's an 18. Amazingly, the other day somebody actually messaged me. Oh, it was because it was a spirit gem, that's why. I actually sold a spirit gem. Fire chaos resist, kind of crap, also crap. Also crap. Fire damage is nice. Actually, it's not even the right kind of fire damage, so yeah, that's just completely crap all the way around. Nothing good out of that first couple of drops. Not even decent maps. Go ahead and sell that because I don't really need it.
On with the work.
I'm seriously considering playing some sort of Archmage. I've heard their screen clearing capability is pretty impressive, which just allows you to just go. I don't know how well they do against bosses, though. That'll be the interesting part. Because this class is kind of the other way around. It's like pretty simple to not die on bosses for the most part, because you just let your pets do all the damage, and then you just run around and pay attention to mechanics, and you're pretty much okay. But doing like an archmage or something and having no pets, so if you are focusing on mechanics, then you are not damaging. And some of the bosses have a lot of mechanics that you're dealing with, which means you're having a lot of downtime for fighting. So it just makes the fight that much longer, and the longer the fight is, the more likely you are to screw it up. The more likely I am to screw it up, at least. Maybe you guys don't have similar issues, but... Got through most of the editing on the video last night for Path of Exile 2. I'm currently trying to figure out how to cut it down. I'm not even completely for sure that I like the video anymore, but I did it completely unscripted and just kind of did the wing it method, and then I'm just going back and editing it in post, and I don't necessarily care for the flow of it, and I think that's one of the big negatives. Plus, it's very, very long. It's like almost well, it'll easily be an hour long, even after editing like silences and pauses and things like that out of it. So I'm gonna have to find content that I may have randomly repeated because I did it unscripted, or just flat out find things to cut, because I don't think an hour long review is. I don't think I covered enough topics to make it worth being an hour long. So I think in the future I'm going to have to write, at least some notes to, a little bit of a cue card system. I'll still wing it for the most part, but I'll, it'll at least have an outline on what I'm going to do with it, what topics that I want to cover, what order I want to cover them in, and things like that. Well, I can't decide at this point if I want to reshoot the PoE video and just make it better from the beginning, so it'll have much less editing still required, or I don't know.
That can create better.
I don't really like the way that these things drop creatures like in little piles, because it feels like it takes forever for them all to come out, and it's like I'm fine with them giving you the little pause at the beginning, but then I would just, rather than spawn them all and just go, like that's a lot of downtime there for nothing. Map's a little bigger than I had expected it to be. I can't believe it actually hasn't shown me the end of it yet. Like, where's the... Oh, there it is. Finally, just popped it up. I've still been meaning to try to figure out if that's based off of the amount of time you spend in or the percentage of enemies that you kill. I did pull a fresh tier 15 map out of this though, so that's a plus. Need to double check my my stream setup here and make sure it's actually got me listed in the Path of Exile section. One of the reasons that I think it was kind of slow yesterday was the entire day Twitch had me in the Pal World section, so people would see Pal World, my videos in that area, they would click on it and be like, this isn't fucking Pal World. And hey Nell, thanks for finally showing up. You missed all kinds of moderating chances. There's this pesky bot in here that keeps spamming me about catching Pokemon.
Death is my power to wield.
It's funny, but that map sound is starting to become meaningless. I really need to get that, get a new one for that. Alright, we're down to 10. Get out of here. All right. Take a look into take a look into what options we have for Path of Exile currently. So for those of you that, oh, what the hell's going on here? Okay. Okay, that was weird. My computer's just decided to completely ignore all of my clicks. Yeah, something's fucked up with Chrome right now. It is having serious issues. Fucking Chrome. I'm gonna mute the background for a minute because we're Probably just about to get assaulted by a whole bunch of people talking because I have random videos that run in the background here. Jesus, that was ridiculous. Why did that not want to move? Hmm. I had a couple of random Asmongold videos up that I was watching. Sometimes I'll watch one and then decide that I want to watch it later, that I'm just not into watching it right then, and I'll leave it up as a tab, and then I just never get around to watching it again, so I have to go through and close them out. All right. Turn the background sound back on now. The video should be either paused or closed. I have that same video up twice. It's unnecessary. Doesn't do anything. So I've got the crowd control stuff up here that I haven't actually pulled up in quite some time. I was gonna set that stuff up so people could mess with the excuse me, so people could mess with us while we were playing Pal World, and then I completely forgot about it. And then we ended up playing on Wednesday anyways, and it would have been pretty fun to have at that excuse me, at that point. But yeah, didn't happen. All right, clicky buttons work. Holy shit. So they don't really have a good maybe. Oh yeah, number one most played class right now is Infernalist. Well, how are they? Okay, so this isn't official information, but this is Max Roll's interpretation of people playing. It seems like they call it softcore. I don't understand why they feel the need to call that softcore. It's just normal, just regular play. But the majority of people that are playing Infernalist are doing it in hardcore, and then you've got a small portion in solo self-found, and then a bigger chunk in hardcore solo self-found as well. Looks like Acolyte of Chiula is the least played. I don't know exactly how they're getting this information. So they're just talking about the top 1,000 players. It looks like from the ladder is the only option that they have right now. I guess normally they'll have an API that'll let you kind of pull this data and see where people are at, you know, the exact numbers, but yeah. Hey Hanslet, how's it going? Yeah, Acolyte of Chihuahua, that's the one. Trying to figure out what class I'm gonna play next. Henselt. Sorry, not Henslet. Henselt. I've been playing Infernalist for a while. I started it before it was popular. I just randomly picked it on day one because I like pet classes, but I'm trying to decide what to play now that I've kind of done a bunch of stuff. So I thought this was interesting. Looks like Stormweaver is the #2 most played game out of the top 1,000 people in the ladder. Yeah. I mean, what is it? Gimling Legionnaire here is what, 6th place? I mean, a lot of these aren't too bad. Where does Witch Hunter is like way down here, and Warfren was playing a Witch Hunter and was doing just fine with it. So I mean, I guess this is mildly useful information. This just means that this is what people decided to play. This doesn't even necessarily mean that they're really good at what they do. I mean, granted, Infernalist has been a lot of fun, but I mean, like I said, Warfren was playing Merc and was having no problems killing stuff. It was a little weird at first until he started getting the gear for it, but once he got the gear, he was having zero problems clearing anything. Non-energy shield builds have limits? Yeah, could be. I'm thinking about doing the Stormweaver. I mean, it's basically the Archmage is what it is, but that was the class I was thinking about playing next. I'm unfortunately not really seeing any good builds for the Monk in here. So what are you playing, Hensel? Are you doing Merc? Gas Grenade Deadeye. It's not bad. You know, so I'm not a huge fan of Diablo, but the max roll for Diablo is so much better because they have a tier list in here, and you can click on this, and then you can be like, oh, I want to do bossing, and then it's like, here is all the S tier builds for bossing, and it's like you can just pick one. But Path of Exile has not quite gotten to a tier list system yet on what they think, because that's kind of the problem that I'm having. I'm starting to feel like Infernalist is getting a little limited because I just don't have the clear speed for stuff. Like I just can't kill fast enough, and because of not being able to kill fast enough, it really limits me on some of the high-end content, like doing Delirium and things along those lines where you have tons of enemies but you need to move a little faster. I'm just not killing them fast enough to get decent currency drops and things along those lines. So it seems like Stormweaver is doing a lot better about clearing the screen, which is nice. I would love to do ice, but I don't know. Frost Mage Infernalist build, that could be interesting. Skeletal Sniper, I've actually heard some people having a good time with Skeletal Snipers, but that's a same class I'm already playing. Flicker Strike is supposed to be pretty decent as well. Yeah, what is this? Archmage Spark Stormweaver. Wow, oh, this is early on. So this thing is very expensive early on. So it looks like you're going to get to a point to where you need Spark and Orb of Storms to both be really nice. So that, because they basically have no points in anything else there. So that could be kind of weird. Oh, it's actually even got a skill rotation for you here. Sigil of Power through to Orb of Storms to Conductivity to Spark, Spark, Spark. Yeah. I wonder how similar this build is to my wonder how similar that build is to the one that I have already, because I actually have a mage that I started, a Sork, and I was having a good time with it, and then I kind of stopped because I hit a roadblock in the campaign where it was getting a little rough. But this was the second character that I started up, and it was really fun at first, and I was having a much easier time killing bosses and all kinds of stuff on this character up until I got to this area in the game, and then it started getting a little rough, and I forget exactly what it was that was causing me the most problems, but I want to see how similar this skill tree is, because this is one that I was building on my own. Huh. So yeah, I did pretty much the opposite in some things. So I went up this path here. Let's see if I can kind of see them both on there, but no, whoops, that's not the right one. Yeah, you can kind of see them both on there, but they went on the outside here. They did this little curve around like I did, but they continued on from there. And it looks like they were going for crit hit and damage. And I came up this way, which they did not do at all. So, and they actually went up the opposite side over here, so they went for spell damage instead of mana regen. I was having a whole lot of problems with mana regen, which was the issue that I was dealing with. But maybe you can get into some better mana regen further up the tree here somewhere. Looks like we both hit the top and went over, but I think they may have gone up another rung. And I came up here and grabbed a bunch of lightning stuff using the different weapon skill trees, but yeah. Wait, what happened here? There we go. But yeah, I may have to do a little respec here and then give this a try and see what I think about it. I mean, I should have access to all the gold from my, like, it's account wide, isn't it? I think. Yeah, I've got 3 million gold. I can definitely afford a respec.
Greetings.
A step closer to legend.
Let's see what this does for me. One thing I wish you could do is I really wish they would let you respec points even if they were even if it was going to cause you a problem. Like, I wish I could click this one here and get rid of it, as long as I had something back that makes the rest of this connection before I click complete. I think that's a really big negative that they have on their respec system, is you always have to start at the end of a tree and just go all the way back, which, you know, it's like, maybe I just wanted to change, you know, something. Maybe instead of coming up this way, I wanted to go up this way and then come across. It's like, I didn't need to respec all of this stuff to do that. So I'll respec that couple there, and then I can place those, and then we can pull those two out. And then this one comes up here. Get those three in to get that connection back. Some of my stuff is going to be a little bit different, just for the simple fact that I have different requirements for gear than, you know, what this particular build does, so. But they are definitely using the passive skill tree, which is interesting. I don't really understand what this is. Because you've got your dark green here, which should be weapon passive set 2, and this is weapon passive set 1. But what is this light green color here? And there's another, let's see, is that? Yeah. Those are the other passive weapon. It's pretty funny, this one actually takes a lot of the same things that the build for the Infernalist does. Oh, you can't say, yeah, duh. Valid. So yeah, here you've got, this is a passive weapon set, and this is a passive weapon set for colors. But this really bright green here, there's 2 skills for it, and I don't know what this bright green is. Ah, that's not something you want to see. Why does this keep breaking my chat? Are you? Yeah, it's possible. These builds generally get spread around in a lot of places, so you know, it's like if it's one that people really like, they'll post it up on Max Roll, they'll post it up on Path of Building, like all those places will get it. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Hensel trying to go through and do offense is generally what I spend a lot of my time doing. However, if you're playing an ES build, you definitely want to get a bunch of energy shield nodes, because I mean, like the amount of energy shield my Infernalist has is insane. AK-47. This one is Captain Lance 9. Wait, is it? Yeah. Captain Lance 9. It doesn't necessarily mean it's not the same guy, though, because unless you're looking on Max Roll, he could have a different name on each one. Actually, no, it's a different guy. So that face looks a little familiar, but... Oh, wow. I didn't even know they had unique jewels this time around. Yeah, so it could be the same guy, and he just has a different screen name over there. You never know. But yeah, I really want to know what this is. Like, this does not make any sense to me. I guess the easiest way to do that is, let's see, what is this? Critical hit chance for spells. And this is dealing with curses. That's curses. Curse. Yeah, so that's all curse stuff. So maybe this is an indicator for maybe sudden escalation is on the neck, and that's what they use for that. Nope. Icebreaker is what they're using on their neck. So yeah, I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that light green there is. I'll have to do a little bit of research on that. Because it doesn't even tell up here, like, there's your weapon passives. I don't know what this 8 of 8 is. I'm thinking that might be leftover weapon passives because you definitely get more than 17. I think I have 24 currently, but that still doesn't add up to 24. I played quite a bit of Path of Exile 1. I played a lot more of it on console, surprisingly, than I did on PC. But I'm almost 700 hours on PC. But I was a huge achievement whore on Xbox, so I played this on Xbox to get the achievements out of it. Well, the first one, I should say. Let's see. What are you linking me here? Oh, weird. It doesn't even give the option to approve. I'm assuming you put a link in there. It should give me the option to allow it, but it didn't do it. If you just want to send me the link in Discord, Warframe, I can pull it up that way. Why does this keep going over there? It's annoying. Yeah, Path of Exile, I really enjoyed the game. I had a lot of fun with it. I just always enjoyed it so much more than the Diablo games. I didn't like Diablo 3 at all. I thought it was a terrible game. Diablo 4 is okay. I think it was a better direction than Diablo 3 was, but yeah, probably Warframe. Henselt is on YouTube. I have it from all directions. Yeah, I unfortunately can't display people talking from YouTube in Twitch. It's against the EULA, or the terms of service. You're not allowed to have chat from. You're not allowed to have chat from other streaming services, which is kind of dumb in my opinion, but. Let's see, what do you got here? Compare these builds. Oh yeah, I've been to this site before. I looked at some stuff on this. Blood Mage Spark variant might actually be kind of cool. I've actually kind of wondered a lot about the Blood Mage and if it would be any fun to play or not. Let's see. Spark and Orb of Storms and Cast on Shock. Is Cast on Shock still a valid thing? Is this guy using this at all? Yeah, that you may want to look into that one, Warframe. The Cast on Shock is what got the shit nerfed out of it, and this build here does not use that. So I don't know which one will end up being better. I just know Cast on Shock got nerfed. It does say that you can add Cast on Shock here, but it's just not really part of his primary build. But yeah, Cast on Shock was like broken, completely broken. Yeah. I'll link it in my Discord channel in case other people want to check it out. There you go. It's posted up in there. Yeah, I'm honestly becoming kind of anti-Blizzard as time goes on. It's like they've just butchered so many of the games that I enjoy. It's like I actually had a pretty decent time with Heroes of the Storm when it first came out, and I'm not even really big into those style of games. Like I was never a big League player or anything, but a lot of the things that were really cool about League, they didn't bring into Heroes of the Storm, like the whole purchasing gear and all that kind of stuff, and I didn't like that as much. I did like the concept that when anyone leveled in the game, it was going towards a team experience bar, so you didn't have one person that just died constantly, was always feeding the other team, and was always super low level. But yeah, I mean, like that game I found to be a lot of fun, and then they just butchered it and then stopped supporting it at all. They don't really do much with RTSs anymore, which that's what got me into playing Blizzard games to begin with, was Warcraft 2. And then World of Warcraft has gone really sideways. Like, I don't enjoy anything about the retail versions of that, and then they even screwed up the classic relaunch that they did. It's too much about it has changed and not as much fun as it used to be in the old day. And then yeah, like Diablo's gone sideways. I haven't really enjoyed Diablo that much since the second one. Let's see, do they go with oh wow, this one didn't actually pump the crap out of resist on rings, which is unusual. Have you been following the Ubisoft stuff at all lately? It looks like you may not have to ignore Ubisoft much longer because they may not exist anymore. It's kind of sounding like they may end up having to go private and sell off all their IPs, so all of their good games will be owned by other companies that, you know, may actually do something with them. Yeah, Warframe and I both come from an era of gaming where you bought games based on the company that made them. It was like, you know, if Capcom made a game, you just bought it. You didn't question it. It was good. So it's really weird playing games in an era where you now specifically avoid games based on what company made them. But yeah, I mean, back in the day, it's like if Capcom made a game, it was golden. You just bought it. Square Enix made a game, you bought it. No questions. Konami was another one. Huge. Yeah, I think you're right on that, Warframe. They don't necessarily need the chaos resist. Yeah, it's really unfortunate for the developers that are there, because at the end of the day, I mean, a lot of the old school developers, a lot of them have started taking to streaming, surprisingly enough. I mean, you've got Timothy Kane, who was the original founder of the Fallout series. He does he's got a big YouTube channel now. You have what was his name? Kevin Jordan, one of the original designers for World of Warcraft. He designed every single class in the base game, and I'm under the impression every single skill for every single class. He's got a huge following on YouTube now as well, and he did a big, like, 6-hour interview at one point talking about the kind of the progress of World of Warcraft and how it came to be, and why certain areas didn't get the attention that they needed. You know, certain classes like Paladins sucked, you know, didn't have a whole lot of skills, and it was because they got pushed into a time crunch and they just had to launch it with a very basic level of skills and untested. But interesting concept. Yeah, I think you're probably right on that one, Warframe. It's also interesting how a lot of these guys are using oh well, this one's actually doing increase maximum mana for armor. That's surprising. On the Infernalist build, it was doing it was increasing fire, like maximum fire resist. Yeah, I mean I think that's a problem with you know, with a lot of the coverage and things like that on games at this point is people aren't interested in the more boring details involved in making a game these days, but then they want to act like they know everything about making games and why this game sucks or why that game sucks, but they don't know everything about what it takes to make a game. So it's like, how can you claim that you know how to make a good game, or you know why all these games suck and why all these companies suck, if you don't understand the ins and outs of what it takes to make a game? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Warframe. So Warframe's asking that I read the conversation from both sides. I keep forgetting that everybody's not seeing the same chat. I had gotten a little too used to not reading both sides. I actually just got a new pair of glasses. The old ones that I had were super old. I had broken my my more recent pair, and I couldn't read messages that were coming in from people. I would have to get all the way up on the screen to be able to see them because the backup pair of glasses that I had were, you know, close to 10 years old at this point, so they were really bad, out of prescription. So I finally got new ones, but when I started my streaming career, I was wearing the other glasses and just got used to not reading what people were saying, so that's bad. But yeah, it looks like I may give this this build a try and see if it's going to do any better for me. It looks like it may even have a little bit of an incremental on how the guy spent the points, because that's one thing that's also kind of important when doing this stuff. Is it's like, well, like these 3 that I just purchased here, it's like, did he buy these at the end or did he buy these while leveling? Yes, Warframe, this is the Sork. You can still make comments on the experience of the ignorant, but let's see, because even the reviewer doesn't know how it's made. Yeah, neither will the consumer. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where people are just not informed in what they're discussing about anymore, and it's become, I don't understand why this is a thing, but it has become, you know, exceedingly popular to stick to your guns on whatever opinion that it is that you have about things, whether you're right or wrong. And the concept is like, oh, well, you know, if you change your opinion on something, then you're not based, and you're just a prick for changing your opinion. You know, like, it's not cool to have a different opinion than what you had. It's no longer cool to become educated about a subject, and that's just like, I don't know. It's so anti everything about humanity. It's like, anytime you have a wrong opinion about something, I mean, because that's what it is. It's an opinion. It's not a fact. And, you know, people should be able to look at that and go, oh, okay, well, you know, I made a mistake. This is what I thought happened, but then someone else corrected me, and, you know, so I've changed my opinion, and I now believe this. What makes a good or bad reviewer is how much they understand that they do have a bias and making comment on what the experience is like. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the reviewer, because that's one of the things that I'm trying to change with my YouTube side of the channel, as I'm going to be doing freelance reviews, and I'm going to do them. I don't have any intentions of ever getting involved with companies to do reviews for them. Every review that I do, I plan on doing out of pocket, and I plan on giving 100% honest review on what I thought about the game, because I don't want my opinion to be swayed because a company is paying me. I don't like, I mean, to me, that feels dirty for, you know, to accept money to give a bullshit review, because, I mean, that's just making me look bad. I mean, whether it makes Ubisoft or Capcom or, you know, any other random company that pays me to do that, whether it makes them look bad or not is irrelevant, but it definitely makes me look bad if people come out here and they read my review or watch my review and they're like, oh yeah, he said this game was awesome, and then they played it and it's complete shit, then they're just gonna be like, well, that guy just gives shit reviews. I don't want to go back and listen to his stuff anymore. So that's what I'm trying to do with my review system, is have it set up to where I want to have it set up to where all of the opinions that I give are honest opinions of what I have, and they're not motivated by a paycheck from behind. And then people that, you know, want to come and watch me live, and, you know, I'll get a little revenue out of you know, advertisements and stuff from them, or if they want to, you know, sub to me. I want the power to be with the people who are actually playing the games and not the people who are selling the games. Companies should not be able to get away with making shit games and then just paying to cover up all the bad publicity on it, and then just throwing out tons of commercials to sell their game, and then everybody gets it and they're just completely unhappy with it. But it's like, yeah, well, now you've purchased it, and if you bought it anywhere other than Steam, you're not getting a refund out of it. And even if you bought it on Steam, a lot of games you don't start noticing how bad they are until well after 2 hours, because that's a marketing scheme now. When a company makes a game, they know if they sell it on Steam that this game is you have 2 hours to play it and determine whether or not you like it. So they super polish the first 2 hours and make it interesting and engaging, and they're changing stuff up on you. And then after you get a little way into the game, it just starts to get boring and bland, and it's just the same crap over and over and over, you know, a la the last, like, what, 9 Assassin's Creed games? Things along those lines. Yeah, Warframe, I think you're right. Politicians get stuck in old ideas all the time for that reason. Yeah, I would agree. You want to know more about the Ubi stuff? Yeah, I'll get to that in just a second. I got a whole Exalted I got to make here. Give me a second. I'm going to get rich. I should have invited this guy before I changed. He will have found someone else already. Okay, I guess he still wants it. One Exalted for a pair of gloves. Gladly. Let's see. But what if that in itself affects my opinion, because not paying for something is going to sway an opinion in some way? I say sway for the lack of a better word. I don't know. I don't know if paying for. I mean, I feel like you probably have. There probably is some argument towards that. You know, if I buy a bad game and I have to pay for it myself, then I'm more likely to give it a really bad review because I paid for a crappy game. And then, you know, so I may react to it in a much more harsh system, or a much more harsh reaction than what I would have if I would have received the game for free. I could see how that would be a thing, but I think that's closer to what is this dude doing? It's like, this is what you wanted, just take it. I think that's closer to what each individual person that purchased the game, the type of reaction that they would have to it. I think I would be much closer to what the average user would be at by going that direction than having the game given to me for free or receiving a paycheck for doing a review. Because, I mean, once you start getting sponsorships, I mean, that stuff is fairly cutthroat from what I'm hearing. You know, I've never actually had a sponsorship, but I think by paying for it myself, I'm reacting to it the same way I would react to it if I was not doing reviews and I was really upset with it. So by portraying that to people, that gives them at least more honest feedback from my opinion of how things, you know, how I actually feel about that game. But yeah, I agree. You know, like, no matter what you do, everything in life that you do is some sort of a reaction to something else that's happened in your life, and they are going to somehow sway, you know, your opinions on things. If you run into a random person on the street, you can't say, oh, I would be nice to that person, or I would be mean to that person, because a lot of how you're going to react to that person is based on how they react to you. So, you know, it's like you can't take a standpoint of like, oh, I'm always completely neutral on people. It's like, no, it's like that may be how you start out before either one of you opens your mouth, but then once someone says something, you will now change. You won't be neutral anymore. So yeah, exactly. But I feel like by not taking money from these companies and by purchasing the games myself and doing the reviews, that I'm much closer to what people are wanting to, that they're closer to what their opinions would be if they purchased the game and were unhappy with it. And then, so Warfriend's asking about what's going on with the Ubisoft stuff. So I've just been kind of loosely following the things going on with Ubisoft. Basically, they're falling apart from the inside. Like they're at an all-time low on their stock prices. It's been a while since I've looked at it to see where their stocks are, but I mean, it was insanely low. The lowest that has ever been in the history of Ubisoft by a significant margin. So they're really upside down right now, and their investors are going nuts. The big problem that they're having is, I guess Tencent owns Ubisoft at this point, or is wanting to buy them, but Tencent really wants them to stick together because they want to keep all of the people working at Ubisoft there and working on the product. And I'm sure, you know, like a lot of the companies that Tencent has purchased recently, like they own Path of Exile, they own Grinding Gears. A lot of the companies that Tencent has been picking up have started performing much better than what they were before Tencent owned them. So it would be in Tencent's best interest to keep all of the original developers and stuff for a lot of their games, as opposed to, you know, the company getting broken up. But a lot of the analysts and a lot of the people following, like Asmongold and Legendary Drops, and, you know, several of the other people that are, you know, kind of reporting on information that they're finding by talking to people inside the company, that the kind of pressure that the company is getting right now is to force the company to go private, and then sell off all of their IPs so that the owners of the company can actually, you know, get some sort of a funding out of the company going away. It's tragic, honestly. A lot of people who were responsible probably won't really get into any kind of trouble. Yeah, they'll get a massive paycheck out of it. It'll be like it'll be just like Bobby Kotick when, or as I like to refer to him, Bobby Cocklick. I hate that guy so much, and it's probably displaced hate, to be honest. But, you know, he's just always been the face of you know, Blizzard and Activision. So of course everything that goes wrong, I hate that guy. And then he sells out and gets a what was it, like a $250 million paycheck when he left. So yeah. THQ back in the day, that was a huge one as well. I think they end up getting, they broke up and got sold off, like all their IPs got sold off as well. It's been a long time since that happened. I actually had forgotten about that until you just mentioned it. But yeah.
You're still here.
It's true. Well, luck means nothing.
Oh, I'm wrong. Watch out for... You've made it.
Do I sense a great sadness behind his boasts?
I don't think Blizzard... So Warfriend's asking if Blizzard got into THQ. I don't think so. I don't think they bought any of their IPs or anything. I don't think they had anything to do with when THQ went under. I don't think Blizzard tried to buy them up or anything along those lines. I could be wrong. I wasn't really following that stuff as much back then, so a lot of it's just like random memories of things and not necessarily, you know, an educated opinion on what's going on with it. I have a quest back there or something that I left. I need to go check that out.
Quickly.
A new realm of power.
That's interesting. Maybe Activision did? Yeah, it's possible that Activision picked up some of their stuff. Actually, that might be something that we could look up here. Okay, so I mean, of course, this is the AI version, and this is an insanely bright screen. Sorry for blinding everyone, but Activision didn't buy any THQ games, but I do remember this, that Nordic Games bought the rights to most of THQ's library and then rebranded as THQ Nordic. And I think THQ Nordic is still, yeah, THQ. Did Activision buy THQ Nordic? I don't think they did. The Nickelodeon game licenses were acquired by Activision, so maybe that's where that thought is coming from. Yeah, Hensel, I agree. Seeing that that the behavior isn't being rewarded anymore is definitely a good way to go. I mean, if you make bad games, then you just need to, not be a company. And it should be one of those things where that's one of the things that I always talk about with people in general, is the fact that gamers don't talk with their wallet. They don't speak with their wallet as much as they should. Like, I think people should vote with their wallets a lot more, because it takes more than just one person. It's like, oh, you get mad at Activision because they don't make good games anymore. Oh no, Activision just lost $60 a year. Whatever will they do? But it's like more gamers. That's the really big problem that you have with gaming in general. Because here's a couple of takes that I have on dealing with just gaming overall. Is I don't like the concept of early access games, like even PoE, doing this. I think they've done a good job with it and all that kind of stuff, but it has bugs to it. It's got incomplete content to it, and I'm not saying that the game's bad in any way, but it's just the fact that a lot of people feel the need to jump on board to do this early access game because of FOMO. I don't want to be behind everyone else on understanding this game. So yeah, the game's not fully launched yet, but now that I'm getting in and playing it over the next year, all of the people who wait until the full launch of the game are going to be so far behind in understanding the game, it won't be funny. And then if I wanted to, for example, play the game with a friend or something like that, if they were playing it during the early access and I waited until full launch to buy it, or to download it technically with this game, then they would, potentially be done with the game, bored of it, not want to play. And then number two, they're going to be so much further beyond me in understanding of how the game works, it won't necessarily be fun to play anymore. And I hate that concept when it comes to early access with games. Is you always want to buy into the brand new game when it comes out because all of your friends are buying it, and you're like, oh, I want to play with them, but I also don't want to play an unfinished game that's crap. And so it's like, I hate that part about it, about the way that system works. And so I wish people would stop buying early access just in general and kind of just vote early access out of the system. I think it's bad to have your players be your beta test team. Like I just think that's a bad system. I don't like that idea. And then the other thing is you know, companies that make bad games, more players should choose to not buy them. I mean, just like Call of Duty. Call of Duty has had some really good games, but you know, for me personally, when it comes to Call of Duty, I stopped buying Call of Duty regularly. I think Black Ops 2 was the last Call of Duty game that I bought where I had bought every single one of them, previous to that. And then some of them I've kind of hit or miss here and there. You know, I may pick up one, I may not. When they remade the Modern Warfare series more recently here, I think 2019 was the remake of Modern Warfare 1. I ended up picking that one up and I had a pretty good time with it. But it was also made by Infinity Ward. But then they have Sledgehammer Games, and then they have what's the crap one that's like they're the worst. They made Call of Duty World at War. I can't remember which one of the three companies made that one. But out of the three companies that they have rotating through Call of Duties, I only like the Infinity Ward Call of Duties. The other two companies do different things. They have a different feel with them. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna look it up real quick because it's gonna drive me nuts. God, I need a night vision or a night dark mode for this crap. Yeah, what? It's look at it. It's fucking listening to me. Treyarch is who it is. So Treyarch was the company. I hate Treyarch's Call of Duty games. It's like they have some of the worst physics for games that I've ever seen. Yeah, totally started with a V. Warframe, you were right. Treyarch. It's a silent V. Invisible also. But yeah, they like I've always hated Treyarch's. Yeah, it's funny. So you really like Treyarch stuff. I have a really bad taste from Treyarch from back in when they made World at War. I don't know if you ever played that one. It was on 360, Xbox 360, and PlayStation. Was that PS2 during that era, or was that PS3? It might have been PS3 during that era. But yeah, that game was so bad. It had so many bugs. I remember a particular place where I was going through the forest and there was this giant boulder, and it was one of the only places that you had to hide. And you would try to hide behind this boulder, and enemies would literally shoot you straight through the boulder. Like it did not block bullets. You could just shoot through it. It was just such a rat's nest of stuff. It was so funny. But it was one of those things where it was like the game was so jank that you loved it. Like, I mean, a lot of people have fond memories of World at War. I can't stand jank in games. Like, it just destroys it for me. There's another guy that comes in here named Nock. I've known him for a few years at this point. I met him playing World of Warcraft, actually. But he is a pretty big fan of Once Human. And I really wanted to like that game, but that's another game. It's just full of so much jank that I just can't play it. It's like, on a baseline, the game could be really fun if they would fix all the bugs in it. But the fact that they don't fix the bugs just makes it really, really bad and difficult to play. But yeah, so, but that's kind of the concept. It's like, so Call of Duties have gotten to a point to where they have 3 different companies that are churning them out, and everybody has their opinions of which of the 3 companies are good. Just like you're saying here, I only think the Infinity Ward games are good, even though it's not even all of the original developers of Infinity Ward, but they have the secret sauce, and they're not sharing that with Sledgehammer or Treyarch. But you, for example, are a big fan of Treyarch, and you like their games. But that's one of those things where I say players should vote with their wallets. Stop buying every single Call of Duty that comes out. Only buy the one that you like. Don't be like, oh well, the Treyarch one just ended, so I guess I'll buy the next Infinity Ward one because I want to play it with my friends, but I don't really like the Infinity Ward's games. I like the Treyarch one. If we got to that point where people would only buy the ones that they like, maybe that company would do a little bit better job about combining all of the really good aspects of the different companies, because they all do have different aspects. Because I think Treyarch is the one that does zombies, and everyone loves Call of Duty, they love the zombies from the Black Ops series, and I'm pretty sure that's Treyarch, but that is a good part of something that Treyarch does. So it's like, why don't they have Infinity, like, combine that kind of stuff and then just come out with a Call of Duty every other year instead of every year? But they're only in it for the money. So it's like the only way you're going to break that cycle is by stopping the flow of money. So that's what, like I'm saying, I would just like to see players get to a point to where they vote with their wallets and force companies to make difficult decisions of how to progress with making their games, instead of just trying to nickel and dime players constantly for coming out with new titles. Like, it is so silly having 3 different companies making the same game so that they can launch one every single year. But I mean, it's a cash cow. It makes an insane amount of money. I worked for GameStop for a number of years, 10 or so years ago, and Call of Duty was the #1 selling game every single year. I mean, that's just the way it was. It was like the second Tuesday of every November. Like that's all you could guarantee. I worked in a GameStop that was in a mall, and that was the 2 things that you knew every single year is the second week of November, a Call of Duty would launch, and they would start playing fucking Mariah Carey Christmas music. I mean, it's just like, that's how you knew it was Christmas time. Call of Duty launched and Mariah Carey won't shut up. Let's see, I got a little behind and stuff here. A lot of Treyarch fans. Yeah, Warfarin. Yeah, like you said, like I was saying, there are definitely a lot of Treyarch fans out there. Black Ops Zombies was highly popular. Like, people absolutely love that stuff. I personally really liked the zombies that was in, what was it, the remake of Modern Warfare 2, the one that Sledgehammer Games did. I personally liked that one better because I liked the open world concept and running around and doing the quests. I thought that was really cool, but a lot of people were really against that. They didn't like that version of zombies at all. Like, all of the Treyarch people hated that zombies. So that's kind of a I'm on an opposite side of the fence of the majority of the rest of the world on that one, but I had a good time with it. But I also played with a group of friends and just really enjoyed it. I have never had a group of friends to play Black Ops Zombies with, so I've never liked that version of Zombies because I don't enjoy playing it alone. Like, it's just, I don't get into it, and none of my friends have ever had an interest in playing that. But I just happened to be in a point where I was raid leading for a guild in World of Warcraft when that new version of Zombies came out, and quite a few of the people that played WoW were also Call of Duty fans, so we all got in together and played that version of Zombies. So I think that's kind of what really made the lasting impression, was just getting in with a group of friends and having a good time and shooting shit. So it may not have necessarily been that version of Zombies was all that great. It's just, there was a part of it that got me in, kind of more involved in it. I wonder if I need to make this. I'm going to make this thing a little larger for people talking, at least for the people on the stream. Maybe they can read it a little better. But yeah, I've always kind of felt like the zombies were a little overrated, but the Treyarch guys really love. They really love their zombies. A lot of them, anyways. And yeah, you said a little while back that that Treyarch, they usually tried something different, and I would agree. And that might be why I have such a problem with Treyarch, is because they have a lot of failures, but it is honestly because they are trying new stuff all the time, and it's like, that's something that you don't see with game companies anymore, is people that are that will take chances and be like, oh hey, when the next Assassin's Creed comes out, let's just do this crazy thing that's in a completely different direction than what we had done before. So everybody just wants to stick to that cookie cutter model that made money last year. So yeah, I mean, that is viable. Oh, so Warfarin, you didn't like Zombies originally either. Did you play that with a group of friends, or because you said you think it's a cool game mode? You said You think it's cool now? Is that because you actually started playing it with friends, or is it just because you like the idea of it? You love the wager maps or matches in Black Ops. See, I never did those. Did those not come out until Black Ops 3, or did I just miss those in Black Ops 2? Oh, you and I played some of that, Warframe? Yeah, I don't remember. I remember watching a lot of videos of people like doing solo plays of. They were doing solo plays of going through like the zombies and stuff like that, and like they would just be running laps around this place and having like 200 zombies chasing them, and they're just like picking them off one at a time, jumping over, you know, all kinds of random obstacles and stuff to try to stay ahead of them. And you know, they would have their little path that they would kite them around. Kind of reminded me of playing EverQuest. But, yeah. Oh, wager matches were only in the first one? Okay, so I just didn't. I always, generally in the Call of Duty games, I like to play when they came out with Kill Confirmed. That's probably my favorite type of play, is Kill Confirm. And then if I'm not playing Kill Confirm, I either wanted to play Capture the Flag or Domination. I liked the team games. I was never a big fan of just you know, dropping in solo and running. And I would say wager matches would be something more along the lines of free-for-all style play. So that may be why I was not familiar with it. Warframe Kill Confirmed was the one where you grab the dog tags. One person would shoot them, it would drop a dog tag, and then somebody would have to run and collect it to actually score points for the match. Yeah. Hensley, you like Black Ops 1 and 2 multiplayer and the campaigns? Yeah, I agree. I actually thought Black Ops 1 and 2, I enjoyed both of those really well. Those were the first Treyarch games that I really liked. Were Black Ops 1 and 2, and then 3, I did not enjoy 3 at all. I think I actually ended up playing that at a friend's place, and then I never ended up buying it myself. And then I decided to give Black Ops 4 a try, and Black Ops 4 was the one where they decided to go with that. You had a character that you leveled up, and you know, like each one of the characters were different, and you would level up that character and put time into that character, but you couldn't play that character if someone else was playing the same character. I absolutely despise that concept of playstyle. And so that completely killed Black Ops 4 for me. I actually even bought it and played it, and then I was just done with it. That whole operator system, and it's like, oh yeah, I put 40 hours into this character and I love it, and it's leveled up and has all kinds of cool abilities and stuff. Oh fuck, someone else chose it before I did, and now I have no other leveled up characters. I'm screwed, you know. Yeah, see, I didn't get to play zombies in 3, so I don't know how that one did. Rainbow Six Siege, I think, did that. The early Rainbow Six games didn't, but I think Rainbow Six Siege did use the operator system. I don't remember if that system locked you out of playing just because someone else was playing it, though. I can't remember if that one did it that way or not. And then the one that you and I played together, Warframe, the Rainbow Six Extraction, that one had operators in it, and I'm kind of wanting to think that those were unique, as in two people couldn't play the same operator in that one, but there were so many more operators, and a lot of them played similarly to each other. So it was like, the problem with Black Ops 4 was you got an operator and he was completely unique and shared nothing with any of the other operators. I think with Extraction, you had quite a few different operators, and some of them had overlapping abilities and stuff like that, which was good. Three Zombies became the place to play zombies, basically had every map. Okay, yeah, so they just They just remade all the maps from 1 and 2 and had all of them plus some new ones in 3. That's a cool concept. Yeah, that would really improve the replayability on those, I believe. Because that's one of the problems that you run into with a lot of other games. You know, you'll have a specific game that you like playing, and you play the crap out of it, and then they come out with a sequel, and it's new maps, and it's like, oh, well, this is cool, so I get to play a bunch of new maps. But then I liked the old maps too. When it comes down to first-person shooters, as a rule, I like the Battlefield games better than the Call of Duties, and I always found that annoying. I was like, when you guys come out with new games, why don't you just release the old maps as well? It's like the old maps already exist, and all it is a playlist. You're not having to load all of these maps at the same time. So just keep bringing back all of the old maps and add 4 or 5 new ones with every new game. You know, at least for the multiplayer playlist. It's like, you know, if you have a single player campaign, then sure, put all of that in the new maps. But you know, for the multiplayer, it's like, what's wrong with having all the old maps in there? It's like, people love that shit. Oh, you used to like Battlefield better than Call of Duty? Is that what you're responding to? I wouldn't want to call you a Battlefield fan if you're really not. Some people hate that. That's another one of those where I'm on the opposite side of the fence compared to the average player. Though the more recent Battlefields have not been that impressive. Like, I was a huge fan of Battlefield over Call of Duty for Battlefield 2 and Battlefield 3. And I really wanted the 4th one to be good, but it was riddled with bugs when it came out, and it didn't take off well. Oh, Titanfall. Yeah, Titanfall, 100% hands down better than Call of Duty. But Respawn, who makes Titanfall, that is Vince Zampella and what's the other dude's name? I can't remember what his name is, but those are the original founders of Infinity Ward, who made Call of Duty. So they basically were just like, you know, they sold their company off to Activision. They didn't like the way things were going, and I think they actually ended up being let go. I don't think they left because they were unhappy. I think they ended up actually being just like terminated out of the company, if I don't remember correctly. So their concept was, it's like, well, fine, you got Call of Duty. That was phase 1. So we're just gonna go create another company, and we're just gonna take all the really cool shit from Call of Duty, and we're just gonna make a whole new game that's just way better. The unfortunate part about Titanfall was the fact that Respawn Games got picked up by Microsoft and became a Microsoft exclusive, which means you could not get Titanfall on PC. I don't think they had it on Steam at the time, because this was back when Microsoft did not play well with PC in any way. So I don't think they released a Windows version of Titanfall. You couldn't get it on Steam, and you could not get it on PlayStation. So only people playing Xbox had access to it. Now, granted, I think Titanfall 1 came out on the Xbox 360, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong there, but I thought that one was on 360. I might be wrong, though. The first Titanfall may have actually been on the Xbox One. So if that was the case, for Titanfall, then it had a really small crowd, because the Xbox One did not sell well at all. Yeah, PTSD, seriously. Yeah, mobility in Titan Super, yeah. It's so sad, but it's the MOBA game that they have. It's not MOBA. It's Battle Royale. The Battle Royale game, one of the ones that's out there now, Apex Legends, that is actually built on the Titanfall engine. So that is the soldier side of Titanfall. Basically, Apex Legends is a Battle Royale Titanfall without the mechs. And see, I think that was a bad decision. It was actually supposed to be from articles and things that I have read, and it's been a while since I've looked into this, of course, because it's an old topic now. But if I'm not mistaken, Apex Legends was originally supposed to be Titanfall 3, but then they changed it and decided to go with the Battle Royale system, and it's been relatively successful for them, and a lot of people really they seem to enjoy playing that game. So, but yeah, that was supposed to have been, what is Source? Yeah, I would agree, Warfarin, the loving the super concept, in that, like, even if you sucked at the game, it allowed you to get awesome. Are you talking about Titanfall was on Source Engine? I don't think so. I don't think it was Source Engine. I'm actually not a huge fan of Source Engine. I liked Counter-Strike Source back in the day, but a lot of games that are made on Source Engine I don't like. This is another big one that I'm on the opposite side of the fence from a lot of people, was Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead was made on the Source Engine. I hate that game. I absolutely despise it. And I don't know what it is about it, but yeah, I cannot stand the Left 4 Dead games. Let's see. What does Apex Legend? Apex Legend is on Unreal Engine 4. It's Source, if you look it up, it says Source Unreal Engine 4, but I don't think that's actually the Steam Source Engine. Yeah. I knew I'd make some enemies on hating on Left 4 Dead. A lot of people love that game. I just can't get into it. And it's not just the type of game, it's something about the way the engine works. It's just like, it's real floaty. I don't know what it is about it, but I just can't get into it. That type of game, though, I really loved, because I liked, what was it called? There was another zombie game. It was made after the movie with Brad Pitt in it. I'm blanking on the name of it now. Yeah, World War Z, that's it. Yeah, the World War Z game was phenomenal. I loved that game, and it's basically the same concept as the Left 4 Dead series, but it's just a little less floaty. I think you had the ability to jump, which is something that Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 were lacking. Like, you could climb in those, but you couldn't jump, and that really, like, I really hated that.
Greetings.
A step closer to legend.
I did not mean to click whatever I clicked. Bunny hop, yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with World War Z. I enjoyed playing through the campaign side of it really well, and I loved the multiplayer in it too. The multiplayer was a lot of fun. Well, and by what I say multiplayer, I mean the versus. I really enjoyed the versus in World War Z, which is kind of, it's like outside of Battlefield and Call of Duty, I don't play a lot of games that have versus content in them. I don't enjoy playing against other people as much, because you just run into people who cheat a lot, or you run into people who just play the game way more than you do and learn all of the really, like, I guess, asshole places to hang out, and they, you know, they kind of ruin the game for you a little bit. Yeah, the multiplayer zombie defense was a lot of fun. Wait. Are you talking about a different game now, Warframe? Because World War Z was, I mean, that was technically a lot of, yeah, that was a lot of zombie defense. You and I played the shit out of World War Z. Like, we both had a pretty good time with that game. Yeah, because that was the one where you had, like, you had that, like, I think you and I stayed on this mission forever trying to get it done, but it was like a big dam, and you had to set up your, like, you would set up, like, some turrets and stuff like that, and you were trying to kill people, like, kill the zombies that were coming up from the dam, and they were just, like, coming in from every direction, and you would have to call in, like, a mortar strike occasionally to blow up a bunch of them that were, like, piling up on the damn wall trying to get up to you. Ah! Gotta get myself killed here. Oh, this pushing is so annoying. Oh, really? That's actually kind of cool. And yeah, you're right, Hinslet. It does just depend on the game and how it's balanced. And I mean, and different people are just going to have different, you know, kind of different. The way a game feels, you know, has a lot to do with whether or not you actually end up enjoying a game at the end of the day. And I can respect a game that is good, that, you know, like, it's actually a good game that I just don't like. Like, I respect Left 4 Dead. I like the premise of the game is a good idea. I think it's, you know, it's a fun game as far as what they're wanting you to do in the game and the objective of the game. I just don't like the way the game feels, so I don't enjoy playing it. But that doesn't mean that I think it's a bad game. And I you know, I can be pretty objective about that, you know, that situation. So if, for example, if I was reviewing Left 4 Dead, I wouldn't say it was a shitty game and people should avoid it. I would just say, you know, that it was a really interesting take on a game. It had a lot of cool concepts and ideas in it, but I just didn't enjoy the gameplay myself. The link you sent in Discord. What do you got here? Oh, yeah. That kind of does look like it. A little bit. Is this in Europe? Is that where this is at? This is in New York? Huh. Yeah, I can't remember if that was a New York stage or not. It may have been. I guess that's right, because I do know that you. The reason that I call it this, and it's like, I remember when you're doing the stage, you go out the main doors and you hang a left and go down a ways, and then you go into a subway system. But the guy that is driving the train in the subway system is calling everyone Yanks. So it always made me feel like that you were not in America when you were in that mission. But yeah, that's pretty cool if that's actually the one. It looks very similar because, I mean, there were definitely multiple floors of the open space that you were slowly working your way down from the top. And then you definitely got to a base floor that looks similar to this, but it had escalators that were coming from the main entrance that would go down into this area. So this is a similar design. Well, I mean, this has the escalators, they're just designed a little differently. Like, I think the escalators on the other one were on the outer edge, but And it's also possible that they based it off of this mall, but then didn't want to make it exact. I know sometimes that can be a licensing issue, so maybe they just made enough adjustments to it. But yeah, this does look very similar. Yeah, that big window was very similar build as well. I don't think they had the turnstile doors on it, but those things are kind of a pain in the ass to do in a game and actually make them function. And then it's also possible that these just didn't exist when that game was made. If they, Nell's not a zombie fan. And yeah, you're right. You're right, Henslet. Some people do that with books as well. Like they'll get into reading it and you know, admit that, you know, they don't necessarily want to admit that they got bored, or they will say they got bored with the book and just move on. Yeah, I kind of feel that way about games. I'm not an avid reader. I don't like to spend a whole lot of time just reading novels and things like that. So I'm usually pretty finicky about the novels that I do read. I normally will read things that other friends have read that really, really, really love them, and that have a lot of really good reviews. So if I'm going to pick up a book, I do a lot of research on it before I get into reading it, because I don't want to waste time reading something that I won't even finish. Just had to blind everybody with that big white page one more time. I think I just realized I don't even know if I've spent any. Yeah, I have very little. Very little support gems in any of this stuff at all, so I think I'm gonna work on that for a second too. That might be another reason why I'm having problems being able to kill stuff. Ah, look at that. That page just gotta go away. You don't seek out books, but you found yourself acquiring a bit of a collection over the years. Yeah, I mean, I always thought it would be cool to have a library, you know, like room in your house that had all of the books that you've ever read in the library. I mean, I guess technically I have a library. It's the bottom of my closet. It's got about 20 books in it. That's about all I've ever read for entertainment. It's funny, you know, they talk about people like Warframe used to harass me all the time about this, and I find it to be funny, but I had always said in the past that I didn't like reading, that I don't enjoy reading. And he's always like, man, that's always so bad to say. He's like, it just makes you sound so dumb. But I'm just a different type of learner. I don't learn by reading. Like I didn't do it in college. Like I just don't like to read. It's, you know, like I don't know what it is about how I learn, but I learn so much better from doing and from experimenting with things than I do by just picking up a book and reading it. Like I have a really hard time. I really have a really hard time absorbing information out of books. Like I just find it so painful to just have to sit there and then just read through a book just for the sake of doing so. So it's like I have to be really into whatever the topic is to enjoy reading. You know, like it has to be, and it generally, when I say a topic, that topic needs to be something that you know, that I have a lot of history with. Like for example, when it comes to reading, like I've never read any of the Tolkien work. Like I've never read any of the Lord of the Rings. I never read any of the Harry Potter stuff. I never read what are the other big books, like Game of Thrones. I've never read any of that stuff. I enjoyed the TV adaptations of them, and I thought they were pretty entertaining, with, you know, at least half of Game of Thrones. But I was really big into Dungeons and Dragons when I was younger. I mean, that was just the thing that you did, you know, back in the 80s and 90s. was played D&D. And so I got really into R.A. Salvatore as an author, and I love a lot of the work that he's done, and I continue to read his books to this day. I just like how he flows as an author in general, and I find his stuff really entertaining and fun to read. But I've also really gotten into books on tape. I really like the concept of books on tape because you get the concept of reading and the ability to, you know, like to mentally picture these things in your mind that are being conveyed to you from a page, and you can kind of get lost in that. And I think that's one of the reasons that I don't enjoy reading as much, especially for an entertainment aspect, is because I guess I'm kind of a dreamer. Like I like to get lost in my thoughts, and sometimes you guys will even see it on stream. I'll be talking about something and then I'll pause. I'll have a long pause before I continue what I'm saying, and it's because I'm running through some stuff in my head and I just start to kind of get lost in there. And I do that a lot when I'm reading, and that makes it difficult to concentrate on the words because I'm getting so lost in this world that I'm building in my head that I'm not focusing on what I'm reading on the paper anymore. And so, like, I don't know if you've ever had one of those situations where you will, you know, your day at work has been really busy, and you know you got a lot of stuff going on in your mind. You get in your car and you drive from work to home, and you don't remember the majority of your trip because you were lost in your mind, but your body was reacting, like some part of your brain was reacting to you know, to what was going on out there. In you know, you weren't hitting stuff, you weren't swerving all over the road and stuff like that, but you were kind of like on autopilot. Sometimes I feel like that when I'm reading. I just get so lost in the world that's in my head that my eyes and some part of my brain is still reading the book, and I'm still turning pages, but then I'll stop and I'll be like, wait, what happened? And then I'll have to go back like 2 or 3 pages and read through it again because I'm like, I just totally spaced out on it. Like, I'm reading the book, my eyes are following the words, but I'm just not retaining any of it. So like it's always been a really difficult thing for me to deal with. I never got into comic books when I was young. Warfarin was pretty big into comic books back in the day, and I probably would have enjoyed those if I would have gotten into them. It didn't end up being my thing. I got into baseball card collecting when I was young, and you know, so that was my thing. I've always been more, I guess, math minded. So the concept of going through statistics and stuff like that on the backs of the cards, and you know, learning about you know, various things in the baseball world, because I wasn't really big into sports, you know, until things like the Nintendo Entertainment Center came out. Like, I was just all over the place in my interest levels, and then once I got into video gaming, like that's the only thing that I've just kind of been laser focused on for pretty much my entire life. Before that, I was always bouncing around to, you know, various different toys or various different TV shows or things like that. I guess it depends on what your opinion is about it depends on what your definition of enjoying art is. Do I enjoy looking at art, and can I appreciate art? I like to think so, but I mean, art is pretty subjective, I mean, honestly, for a lot of people. But creating art, I have no artistic creation ability whatsoever. I like my wife, who is Nell, she talks on Twitch. I don't think she's said anything in YouTube. But she's really good at art, and she actually made the system. I'll quickly flash it across the screen real quick so you can see it. I'll come back. I'm not actually going away, but she created all the artwork for my stream channel. So like that little border box around my picture, she created that. She created this transition and this Be Right Back page. So she created this entire page. The spinning coin that's on the screen, she created all of that as well. But yeah, when it comes to artistic talent, I have none. I'm not exactly following what you're saying. You'd have to be a little more. Can you? Oh, yeah. I mean, as far as like enjoying the aesthetics of it, yeah. So what he was asking was if I enjoyed art you know, in other ways, or you know, things like drawings and things along those lines. And yeah, I do enjoy. I actually used to draw a little bit when I was in grade school. I just decided to get into it for some reason, and I started doodling on a page. And I wanted. I've always been, like I said, more into the math side of things. So I found a drawing, and I wanted to recreate the drawing by my own hand. But I didn't want to trace it. I actually just wanted to look at the picture and then recreate it on another page. But I couldn't handle the concept of the picture being off in any way. So it was a picture of a dragon sitting on top of a big pile of gold inside of a cave. And I didn't want to trace the picture completely, but I do remember putting the page, the white page, on top of the drawing, and I drew in like one little coin out of the gold pile, and I drew a single eyeball from the dragon by tracing it, and then like one stalactite I drew by tracing it, and then I pulled the page off, and then I drew everything else by hand just by looking at the picture and then recreating it on the other one. But I wanted to make sure that everything was in the same location that it was supposed to be, and I knew I couldn't do that just by looking at the page. But knowing that if I did that things wouldn't line up, it would, like, that kind of stuff drives me insane. So I've never made an original drawing myself. At the very least, there's been 2 or 3 points of tracing on a page before I will actually start working on it. But yeah, like, the artwork that I do is just never good enough for me. You know, like, I see things that other people are doing, and when it comes to the analytical side of things, like, you know, I went to school for software engineering, and I'm actually in the progress of you know, making a game that I intend to launch on Steam at some point. And fortunately, my wife is into art, so she can make all of the assets for me. But when it comes to, like, writing a computer program, I can recreate in some shape, form, or fashion anything that anyone else has created, if at the very least I can just see a glimpse of how they did some things. But, you know, like, to me, there's no level of programming. It's like you either know how to program or you don't. And when it comes to artwork, to me, there's many grades of how good your art is, and if I can't do the top grade, then I don't want to do it at all. And like, I don't feel like I have the ability to learn to, like, start at the low level and just keep working to get better and better, because I just don't have the mind's eye that artists generally have. And I can't just look at a thing or just take a blank piece of paper and just draw something on it. You know, like, I have to have an idea from somewhere else. I have to pull from some other place in order to make art. So like, I just don't enjoy that. Yeah, it's very difficult. It's like, I have a lot of respect for people who can make really nice looking art. It is a talent, and it is very difficult to do. And that's one of the things that's really difficult about, you know, when you think about things like AI. It's like, it takes a very special kind of person to be able to make great works of art, but then yet we've figured out a way to make a computer that eventually is just going to replace that. And it is, you know, it's just like, it pulls something away from humanity. It's a really weird paradox, I guess. Yeah, going back to some of your other stuff about it looks like you were saying pick up comics again and check them out. I've had some friends that I've gotten a lot more into comic book heroes and stuff like that because of, you know, Disney and Marvel, and, you know, going nuts with all the movies. That's really got me a lot more into that stuff. A lot of my friends when I was you know, when I was growing up were huge into comics, and they so I acquired a lot of knowledge about comic book characters. Yeah, I got into, so Warframe brought up that my first foray into comic books was when Todd McFarlane back in the 90s started doing the Spawn comics, and I really got into collecting those. And yeah, I agree. I think there will, at least for the foreseeable future, I think there's enough people that appreciate art and appreciate what it takes for a human to be able to create art, that there will be a demand for that stuff, for art created by people. I just wonder what it's going to be like 100 years from now, once the people that have that respect for art don't exist anymore, and more younger people that don't care about that kind of stuff start becoming an issue. You've always wanted to read Spawn? That's funny. It wasn't too bad of a comic. I think it seemed like the story on it, like their story writer, wasn't necessarily great. The artwork was always phenomenal because Todd McFarlane was an amazing artist. I think he did. Warfriend can probably correct me on this, but I seem to recall he did some Batman comics back in the day. It was either Batman or Spider-Man. I forget which one. He may have even actually done both, but he was like a guest artist for multiple different comics back in the day. Spider-Man. Okay, yeah, it was Spider-Man. I can remember if he did a Batman or not, but that's a good argument, Warfriend, if actual art will survive, because the art has value due to rarity. I mean, and that's possible. I mean, there's always people that are interested in collecting rare things, and as long as people are still here, I think some of those things will continue to go on, because the concept of collecting rare things isn't something that you can just kind of replace. It's like you can teach a computer how to make new art, and that will eventually replace artists in general. But I think you're always going to have those, the people that just like to collect things for the sake of collecting, and for whatever reason, rare things are always really, like that's really what gets people to want to collect it. It's like, oh, I'm the only person on the planet that has this. You want to be unique, you want to be different, and I don't know. NFTs maybe will replace that stuff. I don't know. Do I know anyone that has always felt like they had an old spirit? I mean, I've heard that phrase before, and I think I probably at some point in my past I have known someone that has felt that way, but not necessarily as much anymore. I mean, when you're really wrapped up in electronics and video games and AI and robotics and things like that, you tend to not bump into people that have that old spirit. Yeah, that's a good example, Warfriend. So there was a girl that we knew, that Warfriend and I knew, in, what was it? I guess it was high school, that she felt like she had an old spirit, and that's probably pretty accurate. But yeah, I feel like where I live so much in the tech world, and so the majority of the people that I interact with these days are primarily online, and a lot of those people are also other tech junkies and things like that. I don't know if as many tech junkies really feel like they have an old spirit as much as people that, usually people that feel like they have an old spirit feel like that, I think, because they have interest in things that a lot of people don't have interest in anymore. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and to be fair, like the concept of hanging out with kids, you say that we don't hang out with kids anymore because we're grown up now and stuff, but I'm not necessarily for sure that not having a connection with kids is necessarily the right direction to go. It's like, you get some weirdos on the internet and stuff like that just are trying to abuse children in a multitude of ways, but I don't necessarily think it's a good idea to break your connection with the dreaming state that the younger mind is in. It's like, not being able to have a connection with people that are younger than you, I think, is one of those things that make you outdated and old and no longer able to deal with the times. And I feel like that's always something that I've never really had as much of a problem with, because I've always had a lot of young friends. I mean, Warfriend is probably the only other friend that I have that is my similar age. Well, I've got there's one other guy that I know that's about the same age as me, you know, plus or minus 2 years. A lot of friends that I have are in their 30s at this point, like low 30s. And you know, when I was in my 30s, I met them because I used to manage a cyber cafe for some guys that used to work for IBM, and I was I bridged the gap between those guys who were in their 50s at the time, and then all of the teenage, you know, kids that were coming in to actually play games in the cyber cafe. I was the one that bridged the gap between them because I liked playing the games that they did. We all played the same kind of games, played for similar reasons and stuff like that. But then I also understood the business end that the guys from IBM, you know, where they wanted to make the business profitable, but they didn't know how to communicate with the younger age. So let's see. Know the sentiment of this must be from must from wait. Oh, stuff from this time was so much better than now. Yeah, I understand that sentiment. I mean, there's a lot of times where I'll think back into the day and be like, oh man, I remember playing. You know, like I remember back in the day of playing Battlefield 2. It's like video games were so much better back then, or you know, like stuff like that. You know. yeah, no problem. Yeah, it kind of threw me. I'm guessing it was a spell check or autocorrect or something, but I was like, wait, what? What is he saying? A little bit of playing in between conversations here. I'm sure there are some people here that are like, shut up and kill stuff. I don't know. I personally prefer, you know, like having good conversations with people. It's like that's one of the reasons that I kind of like getting on and streaming is so many people that I know these days only want to talk through texting. And it's like I find texting such a low form of communication. It's like it is just like I don't even really know how to explain it, but I feel like texting as your primary form of communication is just like you're really robbing yourself of a lot of things that are really good in life in general. You know, it's like having a good conversation with other people to me is you know, like it's a huge portion of what it is to be human. And I feel like texting really pulls something out of that. And you know, like I understand with this in this conversation, you know, having one side being texting while the other side is talking, you're at least getting some form of human interaction out of it. I can't necessarily see what your reactions are to things that I say. I have to rely on trying to extrapolate that from how you respond in a text. But at least with the things that I say, you can see how I'm reacting. If I'm smiling about what I'm saying, or if I'm, you know, like, I can't believe you said that, or you know, like you can see the reactions and things like that, and you can hear the undertones in the voice, and you know, things along those lines. And it's like I hate how the world is just so wrapped up in wanting to text about everything all the time now. It's like that's one of those things where I'm like, oh yeah, back in the day things were better. It's like I miss arcades. I miss going and being able to play head-to-head games where the person that you're playing against is literally sitting right next to you. Yeah, but see, that's the argument though. It's like I have a lot of friends that are from different backgrounds. You know, they come from different places in the world. I've always found language to be really interesting. I don't get a lot of benefit out of it. So sorry for those of you on Twitch. What Henslet is talking about here is they also preferred talking, but mic quality and accent cause problems for people to mishear what they're saying. And my argument on that one is, I think if you're exposed to people's accents, that it is easier for you to pick them up. And like I've always had an avid interest in language. I took 2 semesters of Japanese in college. I really loved it. Really enjoyed taking the Japanese classes. I did French and Spanish in high school. Loved both of those. And I mean, I mostly remember memes and stuff like that. What was the one you used to do all the time, Warfarin? Tu madre es muy gordo y feo también. Was that it? Your mother is very fat and ugly too. That was that's from Warfarin's history. That's what he took from Spanish class. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, so I have a lot of friends from different backgrounds. I have lots of Asian friends. I've never really found myself being a racist individual. I like learning what makes people tick. I like understanding why people do the things that they do. I've always had a really large interest in languages and things along those lines. So I've never shunned away from talking to people in other languages. And I feel like a lot of times that allows me to understand people that have a thick accent from another language. I'm able to understand what they're saying just fine. Like they're speaking in English, but in a really thick accent. I can pick up on what they're saying the majority of the time, and I don't have a big problem with it because I'm used to talking to people with accents like that. And I think a lot of people, I mean, especially like the older population of people. I mean, there's, you know, I'm from a state in the United States where it's kind of backwater. There's still quite a few racist people that live here, and you know, so a lot of people they're not willing to take the time and actually talk to people. Oh yeah. So Nell is referring to we had a guy that he was Indian from India. And no one could ever understand him. Everybody that worked there used to hate having a conversation with this guy, especially over the phone, because he would just talk really fast. He was talking in English, but he was speaking with a really heavy Indian accent and really fast. And most people just could not understand what he was saying. I never really had that problem. Now, I'm not saying that I understood every single word that came out of his mouth, but I understood enough of them that I could piece together what he was saying, and I could just move on in the conversation, and it didn't necessarily make him feel bad because I was able to respond in a timely manner, so it didn't make it look like I was having to try to figure out what he was saying. And so it's like I think that stuff's beneficial, and I'm fine with that kind of concept, with talking with people from different languages. Like even if they're speaking in English and they just have a rough accent, it's like that doesn't bother me. It's like I don't care. But some people get really like frustrated or annoyed with that kind of stuff, and they're like you can't speak English, shut up, quit talking to me or whatever. And it's just like why would you treat another person like that? I mean, it's like what is the reasoning behind this? Yeah, Nell hated talking to him so much on the phone that she would ignore the phone call and then wait for him to send her a text so she could read it. All of us have a grouping mentality and us versus them in some way. We make an enemy out of someone. Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of those things that's very realistic. I mean, it's just like when you think about the concept of America in general, and how patriotic Americans are, and it's like, oh, if you're any country but America, you're lesser. It's like, oh, Americans are better than everyone. It's like that's the American mentality, but that's also people from America. I've just never really kind of understood that mentality. I've always been more interested in other cultures and other countries, and you know, this will be one of those things. I don't like to get into a lot of politics in the channel. I like to try to keep it as close to gaming as possible. So I'm not going to go real deep into this topic, but people talk about the concept of like, oh, China is going to beat Elon Musk to, you know, going to Mars or whatever. And I mean, and to me, I'm more interested in the humanity concept. It's like, I want to see humans go to Mars. I don't care what country makes it there first. I don't care if it's America. I don't care if it's China. Now, I would have a problem with China doing it if they were also trying to, you know, do world domination, and they wanted to take over everybody else and make us all, you know, act and believe and do the things that they do in China. I'm not for that, but I don't care what country makes it to China or to Mars first. I would just like to see humans continue to expand and explore and see what else is out there, you know, in space, and learn more things. Asmongold reacted to a video on this very thing. What about? You mean about being kind of agnostic towards who goes, like who gets there first, just the fact that we go, or about China in particular? What was his opinion on it? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If more people would learn to work together, there's very few things that we have done recently as humanity that has been done by an individual. Now, you know, hundreds of years ago or even thousands of years ago, yeah, one person may have figured out something about calculus or invented calculus or you know, like learned something. But as we get deeper and deeper into complexity of things, it takes more than just one person to figure these things out. I mean, if we're ever going to figure out everything that there is to know about the human body, that is not something that one person could reasonably do. The most intelligent person in the world could not decode every single possible aspect about the human body. They could not do that, not in a lifetime, not even with the help of computers. It's just not reasonable. So, you know, for people to be able to work together and to split up that work, that's the kind of things that we need to continue moving into the future. And I mean, why is it just because someone from China means that they're not intelligent? It's like even a lot of the gaming community that hates video games that come specifically from China. It's like, I don't care where a game comes from. If the game is good, I want to play it. I don't care who made it. And if it is good, then whoever they are should be rewarded for a job well done, not bashed down because of where it is they came from. I mean, it's just not reasonable. I mean, and this is coming from someone that's from an older generation. I'm much closer in age to a time when almost everyone in this country was racist, and I have a completely different outlook than those people are. It's like, why is it that there's still so many people out there that, you know, that can't just figure out that we need to work together as a unit in order to become better at what it is we're doing? I mean, I don't think there's really many aspects of humanity at this point where teams working together is not the ideal way to go. So it's like, it just really baffles me that so many people are anti-team. And it's actually really funny coming from a software development, you know, concept, you know, where I went to school for that. Where I went to school for, you know, computer science and programming, that is one of the leading places where people don't want to work together. I mean, imagine it. You got a whole bunch of, you know, computer geeks and nerds that don't like working with other people. Go figure. But I mean, you know, it's really funny that, you know, that's one of the concepts that you run into, that the majority of people in software engineering don't actually like working with other people. And most of it is because a lot of the things that they have done, they've learned on their own. They've learned by themselves. They're self-taught and they're good at what they do. And they just view other people as an annoyance or a hindrance to furthering their work. And it's like, that really, I don't think that could be further from the truth. It's like, you know, like large software development teams do really amazing things. Maybe not Ubisoft. You know, there definitely seems to be an upper limit. 20,000 employees working on one game is probably, that may not be the direction that we need to go just yet. But But yeah, I mean, like working as a team, working with a partner, I mean, this always seems to be more rewarding. You can bounce ideas back from, back and forth with each other. I can't remember how many times back in classes where I would get stuck on a project that was assigned, but because I could talk to someone else, we could bounce ideas back and forth, and it would get both of us past the spot that we were stuck in, even though we weren't working on necessarily the same program. And yeah, you're right. It's fear of the unknown. Fear of the unknown is, I think, is what. Honestly, I mean, did you mention back up here? Yeah, you said you're from the UK, so like that's one of the things that is still really big in America is racism versus blacks in America. So blacks and whites still don't get along super well. Story as old as time. I honestly feel like a lot of that comes from lack of mix of culture, because even though we're so far away from the point of like segregation, that we still kind of self-segregate. I mean, there's in the state that I live in, for example, and this isn't the same with all 50 states, this is just the one that I'm in, but it's still very common for a lot of black people to live in one neighborhood and a lot of white people to live in another neighborhood, and they don't really mix. And when you don't understand people, you view them as being a little bit alien and maybe even a little afraid of them. Like you don't understand the way that they do things, you're not used to it, so you're resistant to the change. And I think that's one of the big things that still really drive racism, is the fact that people just don't culture mix as much as they should. It's like people always talk about America being this giant melting pot, but it's like, yeah, somebody needs to turn up the heat though, because we're not really melting properly. It's like we're still just a big bunch of chunks of random cheese floating in a soup. That's interesting. So Warfriend's saying he's from St. Louis, and I guess whites and blacks in St. Louis are very separated. But when you visit other states, everyone is much better integrated. So I mean, what is your I guess what is the statement that you're trying to make there? Like what was that in response to that I said? Are you saying that it seems like people are better integrated elsewhere, but there's still a lot of racism, or like what direction are you going with that? I think a lot of it has to do with where the old money lives. So I'm from Kentucky, and there is a lot of old money in Kentucky. The majority of Kentucky is founded on horses, and there is a lot of old money in horses. And I feel like a lot of the older generation were a lot more racist, and they push for things in the government side of of running the state and running the local areas. They push for things to be in place that kind of keep things separated or keep things the way that they are. They're not looking, towards the future. They're not looking at fixing a problem. They're trying to keep the status quo. They're afraid. That's really what I look at it as. And they won't say that they're afraid, because I mean, what billionaire is going to claim they're afraid of anything? I mean, they can blow enough money that they would never have to fear anything, but the thing that fears them the most is the thing that they can't really control. So, but yeah, I mean, that's just one of those things where, like I think in this state in particular, we still have a lot of backwards ways of thinking about things, and I think it does jade a lot of the people that live here. It causes a separation, a divide to remain, because of the way legislature is done in this this area. Nothing about the way that we do legislature is about getting people together and kind of getting rid of this this weirdness that is between people. Humanity, you saw somewhere where they summed up humanity as fear, honor, and interest. the summation of it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's another thing, and that's a thing that I think a lot of people. That's another big thing about Kentucky too, is we have very deep religious followings here. I mean, there's a seminary not far from where I live, and the town that it is in is a very tiny town. We're probably talking sub 5,000 people. It's a very, very small town. Main Street has like 18 churches on it in that town, and it's like like they have more churches than anything else, in that town. And I think religion is one of those things that is really holding back the times on things. I mean, a lot of religions in the United States, anyways, preach, the concept of trying to get more people in and get more people involved. But I think at the end of the day, they still also cause a whole lot of separation, because then it becomes less about what race you are to more like what sect of the religion you are. It's like, oh, well, we're Catholic, or oh, we're Christian, or like even the Christians, you have Pentecostals who are Christians, and then you have regular Christians. They don't even get along with each other super well. So it's like they basically believe the same thing, and they're not big fans of each other. So so it's like you still have that division, that separation, and even though it's not over the same reason, it keeps people in that mindset. So it makes it easier for them to draw conclusions about how everything should be separated and divided. It's like it's just a state of mind that kind of breeds into more thinking of that with other aspects in your life, not just how you do your religion. And I'm not talking about religion. I have no problems with people who are religious in general. I don't have a whole lot of religious friends because we don't believe in the same thing. But I have always felt that people should have the ability, the right to believe what they want to believe. So it's like, if that's what gets you through life, is feeling like, you have an afterlife, and, that's the way things are going to go, then that's perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't like it when people try to shove their beliefs into me, because I like coming up with my own concepts and how I think I should live, and what I need to do to make myself a better person. Oh, dang it. I already had that in there. Acceleration and persistence. It's the same behavior that you were talking about earlier, the grouping. Yeah. Yeah, I've always kind of found different religions interesting, just the concepts and how they believe. I think it was Warfarin, was it you that convinced me when I was in college? I had to take an elective, and I took a class on religions of Asia, and that was talking about Buddhism, Taoism, and various other just Asian religions in general. And it was a really, really interesting class. I think Warfarin took the same class when he was in college. I think he was the reason that his suggestion on that is what got me to actually go and take that class. Yeah. So people have done awful things in the name of religions, but always fantastic things. To believe you're being witnessed by God must be a potent motivation. Yeah, I mean that's valid. I mean, people who really believe that. It probably was Asian philosophy. My guess would be, Warfarin, when you took it. They ended up changing the name to Religions of Asia, but it was basically the same thing. You were going over the you're just going over various different religions and kind of cultural aspects and stuff from that vicinity of the world. So went through the Bhagavad Gita and things along those lines. You're tired? What time is it over there? It's pretty late for you, isn't it, Hansel? It's funny, but when you're tired, it always seems to be when you get into the best conversations. It's like sometimes I think the concept of being tired causes people to kind of lower some of the defenses that they have on themselves, like some of those mental blocks that you set up, to deal with the world. And when you start to get tired, some of those kind of start to fade a little bit, and then you can get into some real conversation with people. 3:40 a.m. Yeah, it's 10:41 here p.m. So yeah, you're a little ahead. Goblin time. Sikhism is an interesting religion. I haven't really looked into that one that much. And yeah, Warframe, you're right. In Asian culture, philosophy and religion are, because I guess in theory, thinking about it, Buddhism is really more of a philosophy than a religion. If we were to put American terms on it. Yeah, I gotta say, any religion that gets swords, I'm thumbs up. I like that religion. Yeah, lobotomize yourself with fatigue to have a reasonable conversation with other people. Yeah, pretty much. It's funny, but conversations like these are one of the reasons that I liked the concept of getting into streaming, because it's so difficult to just go out in your local area and find someone that you can have a reasonable conversation with anymore. So getting people from the internet, so you have a much bigger pool, it's much more likely that you may find people that have other similar ideas in how conversation should progress. I've had a whole lot of different people in the channel talking, and I've definitely had a handful of people that you can have really interesting conversations with, and they're not people that are getting mad about everything. They just like talking about stuff. They believe all gods to be interpretations of one true God, and all are correct. For that is how God connects to you. Yeah, that's an interesting concept. Oh man, that sucks, Warframe. Hopefully you don't get called in any. But yeah, it was a good conversation. Have a good night. I'm gonna see what I can work out with this Sork at some point before I call it a night. But I'll probably have some. We'll be back to doing Pal World tomorrow. Nell will be home, so we're gonna be playing that. And then I'll be back to this next week. So, but yeah, have a great night, Warframe. We'll catch you tomorrow if you're around. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just a big fan of swords. I collect swords, so it's Henslet says bye to Warfrane. But yeah, I enjoy collecting swords. I generally tend to collect swords more in the Japan and China regions. I was always big into martial arts when I was young, so I have swords from those regions, not as much with scimitars and things like that you would see more frequently in areas that are populated by the Sikh religion. Allegedly, Nell is going to be leveling. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. exposure is a tier 3. I can't get that one yet. Tier 2 might be able to wear tier 2s now. Wait, where did it put that? There it is. I don't necessarily find the idea of God that crazy. I think a lot of it has to do with, I guess, I don't necessarily find the idea of a God to be crazy. What I generally deem to be crazy is how certain people interpret the writings that were allegedly left by God. Because I feel like the majority of things that we have as far as religion today goes, and the writings that we have, especially Americanized religions, are just repeatedly retranslated teachings from something long ago that was all man-made, and then the concept of the translations, they keep losing things in the translations. And it's like, most religions say that you shouldn't translate from the original text at all. But we, like, in America, it's not uncommon to translate a book from, say, Hebrew into English, and then someone else will rewrite that same book but use different English than what the first translation was. So it just becomes different interpretation stacked upon different interpretation, and it just starts to lose all meaning. So it's like, that's the stuff that I generally seem to find crazy, is the fact that people are making decisions about how they want to live their life based on information that's not even necessarily saying the same thing that the original text said. But it's also not necessarily reasonable for everyone to learn Hebrew so that they can go, learn a specific teaching either. So. I'm still going through trying to get the rest of my gems kind of worked out here. Oh, interesting. This guy actually has a couple of different builds on his in here. It's like this build guide is really hard to follow. Like, for example, when looking through his skills here, like, he has double shock end game here, and then cast on shock end game, but then he has, it's like, it's the third one in, and it's like, oh, here's early game, and it's like, yeah, but that's, why isn't that the first one. It's like some people did, and then there's another in-game setup for stuff later on. So yeah, I don't know. This one isn't necessarily a leveling guide, but yeah. So this one here particularly is for in-game at level 68. So I probably should check out the leveling guide instead. Alright, well, I just realized I've been sitting here for almost 3 hours without moving, so I'm going to take a quick commercial break here and run some ads while I'm gone for Twitch so people can get into the channel without pre-roll ads. And I'm going to run to the restroom and grab a drink and just kind of stand up for a second. So I'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that time away, but needed to get up and stretch for a moment. I would also like to point out for just a moment, if you're new to the channel and you're enjoying the content, make sure you hit that follow button if you're on Twitch, or that like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. and come back and visit when I'm live in the future. I usually stream about 4 days a week. The games vary. Kind of a multi-generational, multi-platform, and multi-genre gamer. So you never know what I might be playing next. Unless, of course, you go to the Discord page and check out the schedule, and you can kind of see what my plans are for upcoming games. So I think I'm done fixing my spec for the time being. I could technically pull out some of this stuff up here and in here and then keep going a different direction, but I think this is actually a pretty decent path up here for the time being. I need to get a second weapon so that when I start applying curses, it actually flops the weapon and I get these buffs, but I guess I'll take care of that in a little bit. Maybe the first weapon that I actually find out here. We'll see how that goes. Couple of more gems in here. Actually don't have, oh yeah, Orbistorm's persistence and magnified effect. We'll see how this works. I think my instance is probably already reset. So yeah, we'll be running this place from scratch. I need to kind of start looking into what types of gear I need to be looking for. That's one thing I don't really know much about this build. Is whether or not I should even be using one-handed or two-handed weapons. Very unfriendly. Wow, I just got splattered by that guy. Actually, do I have... Yeah, all my gear is still functioning okay. These are actually some pretty bad pieces of gear. I should probably look into a couple of upgrades somewhere. This was back before I knew that you could actually get 6 of the prefixes and suffixes on a piece of gear with the exalted item, so.
By Garukan!
Yeah, some of the upgrades on the support gyms here seem to have helped a little bit. Definitely need to work out a few more, and I should probably have some other spells other than just, I'm essentially running with 3 spells right now, and that's it. One of which is a curse. Actually, what level are my spells even? I wonder if I can upgrade some of these. These are 7s. So yeah, it's probably decent for where I'm at. Dude's got some serious shield going on here.
No mana!
Hopefully his health pool goes down a little faster than that energy shield is going down. Not by much. Oh, he's lightning resistant, that's why. That's why I need some other spells, at least something else, so that when I do hit up something that's lightning resistant, I can just
No mana!
switch, because I definitely don't have any sort of lightning penetration at this point, unfortunately. And it seems pretty insane how frequently I run into lightning resistant enemies. It's almost like the game is intentionally like, it looks to see how many of a specific type of spell I cast and then sends enemies of that resistance type after me.
Out of mana!
It just seems like I have lightning resistant enemies constantly.
Victory is mine!
Oh, you finally called something, Nil? You hate the game a little less now? Yeah, I have the same opinion there. I want to see them get back in office and see what kind of stuff they're gonna get patched up. They did an emergency patch yesterday. I don't know if that means they're back in office now or if they just had a team working on it, but they had an emergency patch for a bug that people found in Path of Exile where there was a certain thing you could do that would cause the instance that you were in to crash. So people would take a lot of resources into, just into any instance, and they would take a piece of gear, they would slam a bunch of stuff onto it in order to try to, to make a really awesome item. And if they got really bad rolls on everything, they would quickly crash the instance, and it would kick them out of the instance and give them all the currencies back. So you basically could just make a bunch of god tier gear by just going in and slamming a bunch of stuff into a piece of gear. If it was bad, re-roll it. And I guess it started becoming a little widespread, and they may have done a little bit of a rollback from what I was reading, but it was during one of my down days so I didn't actually get to see what all happened with it. But I think they did the emergency patch for that was yesterday, I believe. So yeah, there were some fraudulent items that probably ended up making it onto the marketplace. I don't think they'll strip those away from anybody, because while they were fraudulent in how they were created, they were actually created with currencies. So I don't think they will remove those from people, because it wasn't like they were, you know, fictitiously created with like false, you know, through a false means. It wasn't like some sort of a game trainer or anything like that where they could just assign a stats to a piece of gear. So outside of doing a rollback, I don't think they have a way to tell whether or not the item was created using that system or not. So I don't think it will affect anyone buying buying gear from the marketplace. But yeah, the trial, I mean, I don't know how much you've researched into the trial. When I first started doing the trial, so which trial are you talking about? Are you talking about the trial of the Secumus or the trial of Chaos? Because that will definitely make a big difference in what my response is to the trial. Both. So I actually like the Trial of Chaos pretty well. Like I don't have any problems with Trial of Chaos other than not quite. So on my Infernalist, I have 3 of the 4 Ascension times that I played through. I did one in the Trial of the Secumus, and I was not a fan of it. And then I did another one in the I tried to do another one in the Trial of Secumus, and it was awful. And I was like, okay, I'm never doing this crap again. And then I went to the Trial of Chaos, and I didn't have a whole lot of problems with that one, and it was pretty fun. And then that's what I did the last 2, the second and the third one. I did them with the Trial of Chaos. But I've learned a lot about the Trial of Secumus since then, and it's kind of like they want you to play through the Trial of Secumus a lot, because they want you to get those relic drops in them, and you can stack relic drops, and there is a relic drop that gives you 25% reduction of damage taken against your honor score. So you can put 3 of those in when you start the trial, and it makes you take 75% less damage to honor, which is a significant difference in the amount of damage that you're taking. And it doesn't make you feel like you get hit one time and you're just screwed anymore. You know, so it's like that's a huge thing, and I didn't know about that at all the first time I was playing through. So it's like I think that's going to make a much bigger difference in trying to complete the trial. My argument with the trial is I don't necessarily find the events to be very much fun, but to be quite honest, I didn't find the labyrinth to be very fun either. And they kept the labyrinth as how you ascended for a very long time. So I don't know if they're actually going to change anything for these just because people aren't liking them, because they have a tendency of wanting to make those things hard. Oh, hey, welcome to the channel, Nock. Oh, you could actually just straight up dupe items with it? I see. So you just drop the item on the ground, give it to somebody, and then crash. They leave, you crash the instance, and then it gives your item back. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense on why they were trying to fix it really fast. So, but I was under the impression that they were doing it with duping, but they were also doing it with crafting new gear as well, because it would do the same thing. You could use up a bunch of resources and then crash it, and it would give you all your exalts and stuff back. So I'm guessing people probably figured it out that way first, and then they were like, hey, wait, if we can do this, can't we just drop gear on the ground, have somebody else grab it, and then quit out? I mean, that's how people used to dupe gear back in Borderlands. I mean, it's like, that's very old school duping. Yeah, and yeah, you're right, Hansel. They do take away from a lot of your build using using the trials. I am not a big fan of the trial system at all. Like I don't like the trial of the Secumus at all. I enjoy the trial of chaos pretty well because you can have a really good build and it still functions in there. You just have to be a little bit more careful about some of the affixes that you choose, and you have to pay a lot more attention to traps and things like that. But I mean, that's kind of in spirit with the original PoE Labyrinth anyway, so that I don't view those as being too terribly bad, but I don't like the Trial of Secumus really at all. I feel a little better about it knowing more about it and how to kind of min-max your playthrough in the Trial of the Secumus, but yeah. And the Trial of the Secumus is also insanely long, in my opinion. Like, every time you do a new one, you have to go through a whole new floor, every time you get a new tier, and it's like, that just takes forever. It's like, there's nothing about that is fun. I really don't know how to dodge that as a mage. It's like, I don't know how you stop from taking damage from that. It's like the roll doesn't seem to stop the damage. I can't roll far enough to roll out of it. That's a really weird thing to have to deal with. Trial of Suck Them Balls. Yeah, that's a good name for it. So apparently the blink spell, it gives you a lot of cheese for that. Can you blink through like the doors and stuff, like the ones where you have to go around and click all the levers to like open different pathways? Can you just blink through those? Oh yeah, that would save a lot of time too, because that's one of those floors that like you basically have to run through that entire map like 2 or 3 times, because it's like go through this windy, stupid little thing to flip a switch to get you right back to where you were, so that you can now take a different path to go through another windy little set of hallways. A 15-minute trial, no damage taken? Yeah, that's pretty nice. That wouldn't be too bad. I may have to try that out. I think this build actually uses teleport, so I may have to give that a try and see how it works out. But yeah, I hate how the Trial of the Secumus frequently like destroys your build, because I mean, like, a lot of the caster builds use energy shield, but then when you turn to honor, every single buff that you have for making your energy shield regenerate faster and regenerate sooner, like all of those talent points are wasted because it does nothing in the Trial of the Secumus. So yeah, I really hate how they just kind of butcher your build. I need to get this poor character some better gear. My gear sucks so bad. Oh, that level just saved my ass. Yeah. Yeah, that was close. Oh, I hate fighting these things. Why are you kissing the bullpix?
Die, scum!
I just don't know how to avoid the attacks of that enemy. It's like I just don't know what to do there. Guess I just need to stay closer to him or something. You got a drug from the CDC? Yeah, you don't come home tonight. I don't know what you've been exposed to, but I don't want to hear. Get me out of there. Is this the first time that you've ever had anything that was on a plane? Oh, a person with botulism? That's interesting. Too many people in my stream that frequent my stream work in a hospital, so we always get interesting tales of random diseases and stuff. So, Knock, are you still playing a bunch of Path of Exile, or are you kind of switched off to something else now? Still playing? Yeah. I was actually talking about you in stream earlier, and your enjoyment out of playing janky-ass games.
Pathetic.
Well, we actually weren't talking about PoE. I forget what we were talking about. It may have been Call of Duty. I mean, yeah, WoW can definitely have some jank in it, that's for sure. Nell, I have bad news for you. I think the way you meant to phrase that, Knock, was there's good jank and then there's Blizzard jank. I don't have an elevator to hold on to. Ah! No, don't kill me.
Fall before me.
Damn, that dude hits hard. Talk about sniping. Ah. I don't have the timing anymore. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna get me. Ah, get stunned. Ow.
Die!
Ah, man, that dude sucked. What is it? Is I think I'm gonna refilm my PoE review.
Quickly. How can I?
Let's see. What do I have for build here? Nils spent like 2 days working on on editing for my PoE review, and yeah, thinking about re-recording it.
Realm of power.
I think it's just way too long. I don't think it's going to do well. And I think I need to be more concise with some of the stuff that I'm doing. Wait, why did that not go away?
How can I?
Inspiring.
Oh, I missed that one. I love how respecs at low levels are cheap. There we go, 33 points. Yeah, I think the problem that I'm having with the review, Nil, is that it's too long. But if I cut out information, it's just going to be cutting away from the. It's going to be cutting away from the content that's in the video. So I think I just need to redesign how I go through it. Yeah, I want to have just more of a talking points thing when I go through it the next time, and make sure I'm covering the things that I want and not putting in so much random content that's unrelated to what I was actually wanting to talk about. Because like some of the concepts of looking at other people's reviews, it's like that whole section doesn't have anything to do with reviewing Path of Exile and is just unnecessary. let's see how this does us for a little while. So, got a bunch of mana regen, which is good, because I just blow through mana. Get a little more energy shield, which is good. More mana regen, some cast speed. More energy shield. Spell damage is always a plus. And then a bunch of extra damage against enemies with ailments on them. Yeah, well, I mean, what I say a knock about it being cheap is it's at low level. I'm only like level what, 20 something, so like 28 I think. So it was like I just respec'd my entire skill tree and it was like 10k. But yeah, as you level each every time you change a node, it gets more expensive. So yeah, which they really needed to do, because being able to redo your spec. Because your spec's going to be pretty crazy different from one, you know, like from leveling compared to in-game and stuff like that. I really wish they would give you one free respec once you got to mapping. I wish they would let you just give you the option to say reset my entire tree. And just make it free one time upon hitting level, or upon hitting mapping. Because mapping is just so different from doing any other content. But I mean, to be fair, it's like I've had so little use for gold. It's like I'm sitting on 3 million right now, and it's like I don't really have much to do with it. Like even buying items as I level up and stuff like that, it's just like it's just not making that big of a dent into the money. Yeah, I generally just prefer to just run the maps like crazy, get currencies, and then buy the stuff that I want. It's like getting nice stuff out of gambling is always nice, but it's like, I don't know. I just prefer going in and mindlessly running maps for hours. And then when I want to do things like play another character and do a massive respec, I don't have to worry about it. But my I'm getting pretty close to the point of not being able to get better gear for my witch. So, and I'm setting on like 7 or 8 div plus a bunch of exalts right now. So. Yeah, that's valid. That is valid. Uh-oh. Alright. Here's where it's going to happen. So I'm going to put a portal right here. Then I'm going to die to this this boss. I have no idea how this is going to go down without a shit ton of minions. Stop. Got trampled. God, I'm not used to fighting this with such a slow. I actually should probably. Check some gear, see if I can get some gear upgrades, because the gear I'm wearing right now is just absolute trash.
I hear you. Take your time.
Yeah, it's like I got 32 spirit on the chest piece, I think, because of, I forgot what was my spirit skill. That. Mana Remnant? I think that's it. Yeah, 30 spirit. So I need 30 spirit for that, so
I hear you.
can't do a
no
whole
need
lot
to
with the
rush.
chest piece for now because... Or actually... Yeah. I still need the chest piece because I've only got 22 extra spirit at the moment, but
Who goes there? My wares are
I'm getting
renowned.
close to being able to get rid of it. Plus 3 to all melee skills. Why would I want that? Yeah, none of these have any spirit on them. Fire and cold resist. A shield with... I want a shield that has energy shield rating on it, and none of these have that. Cold resist. Yeah.
Blessings.
Young one.
Here we go. Oh wow. 44% increased spell damage versus... Yeah, I don't even know if that's doing anything for me, to be quite honest. Huh. Yeah, there's a couple of uniques that might be worth picking up. I wonder if any of these are cheap or if I might even have them. I haven't seen those Kitokos. I don't know what those are. But some of these increased spell damage might be worth picking up.
I will tell your tale.
What have you learned?
Identify crap. Disenchant crap.
Hello.
I gotta remember it's pointless to pick up anything at this point that's not
I will tell your tale.
yellow at least. I guess I can sell all those other ones, but... Can't carry that crap with me either. Alright, what do we got here? 175, 507. Crap, and crap.
Speak up.
Yeah, don't need that shit either. Alright, where is... Check the stash here, see what I have. Is that what it was? Kitoko? Yeah, don't have that one. At least not there. So the Midnight Braid, I feel like I've had that in the past somewhere. I may have it in here and just don't know it. Nope. It's unfortunate because most of this stuff I can't wear because it's all too high level for me. So. Can't wear some of this stuff though. Yeah, it's not those. Alright, I may just have to look and see if I can find one of these for sale really quick. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. What was this thing called again? Kitoko. Man, people want it exalted for that crap? Still one exalted. That's probably worth grabbing. Oh, about to break 100 exalts. The first time I've done that in PoE2. I don't generally keep many of them on me as a rule. I'm usually always spending them on stupid shit. Wow, their website won't actually let me search for the abilities that are on this unique. It's really strange. Just gonna have to do this manually, which kind of sucks. Still one exalt there. We'll see if we get anybody on that one. I still can't believe the lack of people that actually will sell shit. It's like, why do you put this stuff up for sale if you won't sell it? You already got it. Nice. E-party. See, that's a nice quick transaction. I don't know why more people aren't like that. I showed up instantly, I waited until he traded me, I gave him the shit, I took it, and I instantly left group. Why do people not always do that? It's like they want to chit chat with you and just like all kinds of shit. And it's like, man, I don't have time for that. I got stuff to do. Yeah, those are garbage gloves. So yeah, I think the main reason that they're going for this one is for this lightning damage from hits contribute to electrocution buildup. That seems like that's going to be pretty huge. And there was a belt to look at as well. Those will probably be the only. Those will be the only two things that I'll try to actually purchase. Midnight Breed. Yeah, a lot of times people don't. It's like I'm always in a hurry. Like I just want to get going and get stuff done. So the big thing I want out of this is mana and elements. So +9 and 50 is garbage. So like 10 and 50 is what I'm looking for. That's the one. On a minimum of 10, what do those sell for? Those are still 1 exalts, and there's a good one right there. So I don't think, yeah, that doesn't have a roll chance, and I don't care about that one. Use this guy's stash to grab one of these with. Corrupted doesn't really matter on this one, but that one didn't have good stats, so I don't want it. I don't know. It's not worth 2 exalts to get 3 extra mana, so maybe I will go after the corrupted one. Like, come on, people, just summon the item. Why gotta be so difficult? It's only the first 5 that actually have 1 exalted, so that's probably people just scamming the system, to be honest. I don't know. Somebody's gonna do it. That's that kind of a cool little hideout. Oh, that's the corrupted one. Yeah, go figure. All right. So those 2 items should help a little. The big thing on this one is 50% damage taken recouped as mana. So that'll be very helpful for keeping that mana up. Actually, things that we can eat without heat. Yeah, so we're expecting a really big snowstorm where we live currently, and it's supposed to have a whole lot of ice and stuff with it, so there's a lot of people afraid that we're going to be without electricity coming up soon, which, I mean, honestly is not out of the ordinary. I mean, the electrical grid in this area is ass. Ah, crap. My instance reset again. I was out too long. That's why I came back here, was trying to get it to, trying to make sure I didn't let it reset. It's okay though, we're farming XP, right? That's what we're doing.
Hello.
62% increased spell damage. That's pretty nice. Go to work and use a microwave? Yeah. I think if you can travel back and forth to work that easily, then we shouldn't be without electric. But I already talked to my parents about it. We'll just go get the generator from their house if it becomes a problem.
I will tell your tale.
Hmm? Take your time. All right.
Sell that crap off. I don't want it.
Take care.
So I need a weapon. I need to switch to one-handed. Did I actually keep any for myself, or? Little lightning resist, little fire resist. Like, both of those things suck. I'm sure if we can't get out there, they can probably get here, so one way or another we'll work it out. Black ice is not really that dangerous. It's just stupid people on black ice is what makes it dangerous. So lightning resist, cold resist, some mana, that's not bad. Increase cold damage. Actually surprised that one never sold. Yeah. Insult knows what I mean. Some people driving, just there's a lot of people on the roads driving that really just should not be allowed to have a driver's license. Especially in America. Penetrates lightning resist. Mana leech. Oh, bow damage. That sucks. Spell damage. Energy shield recharge rate. Minions have elemental resist, which isn't that great. Increased duration of damaging ailments. That actually might. I might keep that for myself. Not selling all my good things. Permanently intimidate enemies on block. That's impressive. Yeah, I don't have as many cool things that I can actually wear as I thought I might have. So much of my stuff is high level. Yeah, that wand may actually be decent if I could identify it and use it. Got a bunch of empty tabs. I don't know what to do with them. Oh, I can't wear that yet either. That might actually be kind of neat. Alright, well, I may just have to grab some things from
I
the vendor
hear
here
you.
and run with it.
Take your time.
Can you be a little more specific, Henslet? Oh, you mean like for YouTube or just in general, or
Sans guide you.
can you give me an example of what you mean, I guess?
Hello.
Oh, as far as like what games from 2024? Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that is a good question. We had a pretty good time with Pal World. 2024 game. I guess it came out in sometime in January of 2024. I think that's one of the biggest problems that I have is remembering which games actually came out specifically in 2024. Actually, let me look at my see what I've got on Steam here. Halls of Torment, a really cool game. I believe this did launch in 2024. It's a, I don't know what this genre is called, but it's very similar to, what was the name of the other game? I played the crap out of these for a while. Let's see. Have to look on my my Xbox achievements here and see. Yeah, exactly. Like they'll tell you what you played during the year, but they don't actually tell you what came out during the year, which is a little annoying. There we go. Let's see. So, Core Keeper, I believe. Well, I don't know if this actually came out in 2024, but this is they did a major update for it. I guess it was technically the official launch. So I guess it depends on whether or not you consider games their official launch as opposed to early access. But Core Keeper was a great game. I had a really good time with that. My biggest complaint with it is it didn't have enough content. It was too short. Diablo 4 was okay. The expansion for it, anyways. Riftbreaker, another kind of game that was that's a little out there. I think it's more of an indie developer. It's a mech-based survival style game, like a survival craft, kind of like Ark Survival or one of those types of games. Really, really good. I had a lot of fun with that, and I think its official launch was here in 2024 as well. Yeah. Really had a good time with Grounded. I play a lot of survival craft games. I really get into survival craft stuff, so I had a great time with Grounded. They did their final update for this game. Really, really fun to play. Really, really entertaining. Vampire Survivors. That was the game I was trying to think of. So this game did exceedingly well. I can't believe how amazing and fun this game was to play, especially considering the fact that it looked like it was, like the graphics level of the game looked like it was designed back in the, the 1980s. So that was pretty huge. And then Halls of Torment is a similar style game to Vampire Survivor. And I had a really, really good time with that. Kill Knight, great game. If you haven't checked out Kill Knight, check this out. A lot of fun. And then, like I said, Pal World. We played a whole bunch of Pal World. I'm 268 hours into Pal World currently, so had a really good time with that one. Sengoku Dynasty is another game that came out that I really enjoyed. I'm just about 60 hours into this game. I played it on stream for a little while, but then I stepped away from it. But they just did their 1.0 launch. What was it? 1.0 launched on November the 8th. So I played it a little while after that, and they've got some things that they need to continue. The biggest negative that I have about this game is another game did this as well not too awful long ago, but they called it a 1.0, but then they still have tons of stuff that they're planning on adding to the base game that's not a DLC. And in my opinion, you're not a 1.0 if you still have things that you're wanting to add to base game. And it was 7 Days to Die was the other game that did that officially went to 1.0, but they still consider themselves to be in early access. This game is a survival craft game that you basically just play as a samurai. Do we have any? So this is a picture from in-game. So have you ever played anything like Ark Survival Evolved or 7 Days to Die or any of those big survival craft games that are out there? I have not even heard of that. But if you played anything like Ark Survival, this is one of those games where you run around and you chop down trees to get wood, and you craft stuff out of it. You craft like early weapons are made out of wood. You collect rocks and stuff like that. And normally you would build housing and stuff just for yourself, but this game incorporates a city builder into it as well. So this game, this entire scene is made by a player that you see here. And unlike Ark Survival and those other style of games where you build a house and the only person that gets benefit out of it is yourself or your friends playing with you, in this particular game there's a little bell right here. I don't know if you can see it real well, but you'll have NPCs that come out and hang out by the bell, and they want to join your town. So then you invite them into your town, and then you have to start doing things like supplying food and water for them and entertainment and heating and all that kind of stuff. So it kind of crosses Ark Survival with something similar to like Sim City, because you're actually creating like a little town that NPCs are living in and have various needs and stuff like that. So I really like that style of game, and that's what this is. The combat in it is pretty fun as well. I mean, you're basically just straight up a samurai running around, like sword fighting with people. You have several different types of weapons that you can use, but of course the katana is what I prefer. But yeah, you're going out and you're trying to take over different parts of it appears to be a southern portion of Japan. But yeah, really fun game. And what was the game that you said here? Bustling World. Yeah, I have not heard of this. Set in ancient China, huh? Oh, fireworks! Yeah, that's cool. Working with China had definitely had access to black powder very early. Is this kind of like a sim building game? Yeah, Valheim would be another really good example of that style of game. And yeah, Terraria, I really enjoyed Terraria. We played a bunch of Terraria, but that was primarily back in. Yeah, I might have to check this out. Oh, it's not. It actually hasn't come out yet. Okay, that explains it. So yeah, I'll check. I may check that out when it comes out. But yeah, we played a ton of Terraria. What am I looking at Terraria wise right now? I'm 451 hours in Terraria, and we didn't play it the first time until like 2019 or 2020. This was one of those games that we picked up and got into playing when COVID was a thing. I had never heard of it before that. So yeah, we had a really good time with that. If you have you ever checked out V Rising? I had a really good time with this game. And it's pretty brutal. I'm not gonna lie. This game can be very brutal, even on the normal difficulty. And they have a hard mode that you can play that I'm kind of halfway afraid to play. Yeah, but this game is it's a top-down, you know, like that isometric view, kind of like Path of Exile or Diablo. That kind of concept, but all of your actions are in real time. So you know you actually swing your sword. Wait, oh wow, Carnage is actually playing this. I wonder if this is live. But yeah, this is what the game looks like when you're actually playing. So he's fighting a named NPC in here, Tristan the Vampire Slayer. And the way this game works is every enemy, every like big named enemy that you kill, you gain powers. So that's how you get stronger in the game, is by weakening these guys down, and then you drain the blood from them, and you get a bunch of powers from this guy. So you'll get like new spells, and you'll learn how to craft new things, new weapons, and you get new abilities and stuff along those lines by fighting these named NPCs. And it's just a really, so the entire gating of the game, there's not really a leveling system to it. It's just all about what's the highest level enemy that you've killed, and your level is actually based off of the average number of all of the gear that you have been wearing. But yeah, I kind of really want to play this on stream again soon. I had such a great time with this game. It is so much fun. So I kind of, this is one I'm thinking about playing, because I'm going to do Monster Hunter Wilds when it comes out at the end of February, but I don't have a whole lot to play between now and then, and the interest level in Path of Exile is starting to die down a little bit, so I'm thinking about streaming this for a little bit. Because like I said, I really enjoyed playing the game. So that was a big one that I played a lot during, I did a full playthrough of that during 2024. That was another 1.0 launch. Let's see, anything else big? Soulstone Survivors was pretty good. It's another vampire survivor style game. Yeah, I can't think of much else that I really played this year that really just stood out. Against the Storm was a cool game. Oh, cool, they got a new update for it coming out soon. Or no, actually it just hit, I guess. Yeah, December 19th it came out. So I haven't played it. I played it in early December, but it was just right before this patch came out. But this is kind of a city builder style game that there's no combat in it. Like, you don't actually fight things. You're just building a city, and you're kind of, I wish this had like it would show the world map, but it's a really interesting concept for a game. Wait, was it? Yeah, so this is what the world map looks like. So essentially you have this main area, which is this volcano here, that is like the home base of your people. And so when you first start the game, you start to move out. You pick a location that's one of these hexagons out here, and depending on how far out you go, determines how far you can go on the next phase of the game. But you have this timer, this bar that's filling up across the bottom of the screen, and when it gets to the far right-hand side, all of this storm engulfs everything that you have done up until that point, and you start back at the beginning here, and you have to work your way out again. And when you're actually doing the missions, it's more like a little city builder game, which looks like this here, where you're building roads and you build various buildings to harvest stuff. So it kind of has a feel of like imagine playing like StarCraft or one of the Warcraft games without the combat. It sounds kind of lame, but if you actually play the game, it's a lot of fun to play. Had a really good time playing that one. It's really in depth, trying to explain exactly how everything works. You're dealing with happiness of the various people and stuff like that. So No Rest for the Wicked. Yeah, I've heard of that. I actually haven't played it, but I have heard a lot about that. Oh, you actually have you actually have Against the Storm? Yeah, it's a neat game. I had a really good time with it. I'm really wanting to like, I want to like Project Zomboid, but I got into it a few months back, and it's just like really overwhelming how insanely brutal that this game is. So it's like, I didn't really get into it when I first started playing it, but a lot of people that have gotten into it and gotten deep in it say it's an amazing game. So I really want to try to come back and give it another try and see what I think about it. Let's see, what is... I know I've heard stuff about this game. Oh, this actually looks really nice. Yeah, Against the Storm is easy to get overwhelmed with. I actually picked it up day one when it was a lot more simplistic, and I've grown with it a little bit, so it's not as bad. But yeah, and that's kind of how I feel about Project Zomboid. Like, I can look at Project Zomboid and I'm like, I know that this is going to be a good game. It's just a whole lot to try to take in all at once. But yeah, this is this actually looks pretty interesting. I may have to come back and check this one out. I'll watch some of the videos and stuff on it later. And so yeah, they got a couple of videos here, and I'll check that out later and see what I think about it. Development on this has been slow. Yeah, a lot of games are having that problem. So, something else that Nell and I have been wanting to play is this Return to Moria game. We had a big interest in playing this. It's another like Valheim style survival, but like the game has had really slow development, and they've added more to it to make it more interesting, but I really feel like the game is just going to be really lacking still. So I don't know what to think about that, but yeah, it's definitely one of those things that I'm interested in checking it out. So we were planning on playing this coming up soon, but it may get pushed back a little bit, and we'll see if they do another big update for it and try to improve it any. And I'm really back and forth about Valheim. I'm 200 and something hours into Valheim. We started it when it very first launched, like launch day, essentially. We picked it up and played it and had a pretty decent time with it, but there was no content back then. And then after we cleared all the content in just a few days, we quit playing, and then we just went back to it here recently when the Ashlands came out. And I did not like the Mistlands content whatsoever. I thought it was awful. And that kind of I don't know, kind of turned me against playing the game. And then Ashlands was better. I liked the way the game played in Ashlands, but I hated the mist. I hated the fact that you couldn't, you know, really clear out big, large groups of the mist. I just did not enjoy the mist concept at all in Mistlands. I thought it was just very annoying to deal with. But yeah, overall I like Valheim pretty well. But if you like the Valheim style of games, definitely try out Grounded. Grounded is basically Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the video game. So, really, really fun game. Oh, we've played through this game multiple times, and it's been great. And they actually added a New Game Plus feature into this game, which is really fun, where once you beat the game, you can just tick the difficulty up, and then you know, just play through it again, and it adds all kinds of new content and new types of creatures and stuff to the game that weren't in it the first playthrough, which is neat. I've heard a lot of people talking about Balatro. I haven't gotten into it yet. I just really don't get into card games all that much. And I get that the game's got a lot of stuff going on with it, but something about the card game aspect of it just doesn't appeal to me. So I may end up picking it up and checking it out at some point, but yeah, it's getting a lot of attention right now. It's a huge game. I checked out Throne and Liberty because I get into playing MMOs and stuff quite a bit. I did not like this game at all. Throne and Liberty it's just a giant money sieve as far as I'm concerned. It's just a pay to win disaster. Yeah, I've heard, like I said, I've heard a lot about Balatro. A lot of people kind of talking it up. So, like I said, it may be something I'll check out. I actually played Deep Rock Galactic. Wait, I don't have it in here. The standard Deep Rock Galactic I played for the very first time during 2024, and that game is a lot of fun. I actually played Deep Rock Galactic Survivor first, and I enjoyed this game really well. It's pretty entertaining. Almost like a roguelite game, but I enjoyed this really well, so I was like, well, I should go check out the original, the Deep Rock Galactic that actually made this game, you know, what it is. So, oh, nice. But yeah, Deep Rock Galactic is a really neat concept for a game. I would like to play it on stream more as well, but I don't know how many people really get into it as much these days. I think it would have been amazing to play back in the day. Another game that actually was a reason that I wanted to try Deep Rock as well was I uninstalled it at one point because I got annoyed with the amount of changes that they kept doing to it. Helldivers. So I played Helldivers only about 25 hours into it, but I was playing with a group and I didn't get to play. Like, that group of people kind of ended up going their own way, and they were part of a WoW guild that I was raid leading for, and there was a fallout with them, and they kind of left the guild. So we kind of quit playing the game together. But when I got into this is when they before they broke the level 50 cap, and they really kind of they changed a lot about the game. They made stuff significantly harder at that point, and then they kind of backed it back down. But when they made the stuff a lot harder, it made it less fun because you really had to play with a good team or you just couldn't do anything. So I uninstalled it at that point, and then I've heard they've made it a lot better since then, but I haven't gotten to actually go back and play it and check it out because almost no one I know is playing it anymore. Yeah, Sony really kind of screwed the pooch with that game a little bit. Do they do an announcement for Next Fest? I know I've heard of it, but is that something that'll actually like pop up on the store page? like the main page here. Oh, there it is. Huh. Might be interesting. I heard some people talking about Delta Force. That might be kind of entertaining to play, not sure, but it looks nice. It looks a lot like a lot of ideas are similar to Battlefield. Yeah, that might actually be kind of entertaining to play. Is it just like a... I wonder if this is like just a straight up versus game, or if this is like a single player or cooperative, or what the deal is with that. Okay, so it's online PvP. Okay, yeah, this might be interesting to check out. Oh, actually, Kaz, one of the guys from stream, has played it. I may have to ask him how it turned out. It's free to play, so I mean, not like you can really go wrong with it. But yeah, how often do they do those? Are those like a once a year thing, or what's up with that?
Stay inside.
It's not bad. Blood of Dawnwalker? That sounds familiar. I'm gonna play him about. No. I'm not seeing the Blood of Dawnwalker in here. Well, it's a vampire style game. Oh, the next one's in February? Okay, yeah, that'd be good. So January 13th, is that when Blood of Dawnwalker is coming out? Why is this not... Why does Steam not have this? So it's from people from CD Projekt Red. That could be both good or bad. UE5, yeah. Yeah, it's funny how that's the opinion of a lot of people when games come out in UE5. Oh, are they just revealing it on that day? Okay. Yeah, January 13th at 4 p.m. my time. Yeah, I'll have to check that out when that hits. That's what, 9 more days? Yeah. I guess it'll pop up on Steam at that point. Yeah, it's kind of sad, the kind of stuff going on with CD Projekt Red right now. Like they've got a lot of weird stuff happening with them.
Yes? An outcast's trove. Warm nights.
It's a decent little item. Yeah, new games to play, always fun. Lightning resistance, too bad.
Not my expertise.
30 strength, damn it.
Young one.
I don't think I actually have any gem slots right now, so can't put that thing in. I kind of do, Nell, but I don't really know what. Let's see, link you sent. Wait, which link? Let me see here. Which link? Okay, cool. Where is the where did you put that link? I don't see it anywhere in chat here. Oh, the exiles are they're all pathing quite well, Matisti. How are you this wonderful morning? Yeah, Hensel, I don't see it at all actually. I even pulled it up. I'm using Restream right now so I can see both chats at the same time. But I even went into the chat on YouTube, and I'm not seeing a link at all. I'm playing a mage now, Matisti. Does that make you happy?
How can I be of aid?
Zappy, zappy. You got minor brain damage. What did you do?
Yes? Be brave. Make a choice.
The message above you. You're talking about in the YouTube chat, right? I mean, you are currently the only one talking in YouTube. Oh yeah, this was the Friday raid, right, Matisti? That makes sense. I've heard that raid never goes well.
Farewell.
Hello?
Yes? Think carefully.
Oh, these are all really bad wands. Ooh. Opened my mouth a little too soon.
I am pleased.
There we go. +1 to level of all lightning spells, 51% increased chance to shock, 41% increased lightning damage. There we go. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually could
I will take
put
this.
one more buff on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it doesn't show it at all. Yeah, the message above you saying that was, let's see, what's the message above me? The message above you saying that is where you're correcting your spelling of really. So yeah, it just doesn't, it's not showing it at all. I may have something turned on to stop people from posting links, because you get a lot of people that get in channel and post links. I've got all that stuff set up on Twitch, but I didn't know YouTube actually had it set up by default It's actually an interesting concept. I don't think I have a link on my YouTube page for the Discord page, or for our Discord channel. If it'll let me post them. Let's see what this does. How about this? Did that one show up? Actually showed up in Restream, so I'm assuming you can see that one that I just sent. If you can see that one, that's the link to the Discord. You're welcome to join it if you want, and you can post links in that. And then I can repost them if necessary or things like that.
Yes? Be brave. Make a choice.
Going to bed? It's awfully early for you to be going to bed, Matiste. Isn't it like 7 a.m. or something like that there? Yeah, I think we'll hold on to that one for a
I
little
will
while.
take this.
Can't wear it just yet, but maybe I can do a small respec and get access to it. Okay, cool. And for the other people that would like to see this, it's a bit of a long link, but you should be able to copy it out of the chat if you want to see what we're talking about there. Yeah, have a good night though, Matisse. I understand what it's like to have a headache and not want to deal with it. God, stop that. All right, so go over here and hit a slight
What have you learned?
Inspiring.
respec, and I'm just going to change some of this into strength. Oh crap! I don't have that option, do I? Well, that gave me enough to wear that. Oh, I will be 1 strength short.
Quickly.
A
That
step
sucks.
closer to legend.
Yep. Alright, I'll just have to hold on to that until I can get some more strength from somewhere. Yeah, it's rather cold. It's 23 degrees out right now. What's the weather like for you right now, Pinsel? Is it warm in Europe? Just raining always? So let's see if this does anything for me here. +1 dispel levels. Maybe I'll kill stuff a little bit faster. We'll see. Oh, what's that? Power siphon.
Wild beast!
Things are definitely getting shocked more. So plus. Suck, sir. Stop blasting me with comets. Jesus. Yeah, still not really making the difference here. -2 degrees. That's pretty cold. It's not quite that cold here.
Die
Actually,
forgotten!
it is a hair colder here than it is there. Just a hair. Yeah, it's like 28. We're 23 here. So we're just a hair colder than -2 Celsius. I think it's actually amusing the number of people
My Garukan!
from other countries that know how to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit, but almost no one from America knows how to convert from Fahrenheit to Celsius. A true testament to our education system. And it's not even a really difficult conversion. It's like 1.8. It's like 1.8 times 1.8 plus 32 is the difference from Celsius to Fahrenheit. It's like it's not a difficult conversion at all. But I mean, honestly, the average American education people don't understand their multiplication tables very well. So even something as simple as multiplying by something 1.8 is outside of the realm of possibilities for the average American. Used Google. Hey, at least you were smart enough to go use Google. If you didn't know how to get the answer yourself, you knew where to find it. fun support gym. Fun times. Yeah, it's like I think that, but that's the sad part about it is there's basically nowhere else in the world where Fahrenheit is useful, but Celsius, like Americans should really know the conversion rate for Fahrenheit to Celsius, because there are tons of things that you have to do as an American that requires you to know what Celsius is. You know, like any kind of scientific anything that you're dealing with is almost always in degrees Celsius. Yeah, that's fair.
Will of the Marek.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get splattered. I mean, we did it to ourselves. Don't feel. You shouldn't feel bad for stupid people. There is no excuse for ignorance. I think the thing that you should feel bad for is the people who live today who want to do something about it, who want to change it, but just don't have any idea how to make that happen. Because it's like, what could America do right now to solve our education issue? It's like it's just so ingrained. Like that's becoming the kind of like oxymoron there. It's like, in order to figure out the education system, you have to have intelligent people, but because of our lack of education, we don't have intelligent people. Yeah, a lot of places are having a hard time. It's like, I think it's just like in general, a lot of it has to do with what, you know, just where technology's going right now. It's just like, it's just too easy to, you know, to ignore education and things still function because everything's so automated. Like the thing that I feel sorry for is if we ever do have another like massive war, or, you know, where they're talking about these solar flares from the sun that you know, is going to knock out a lot of electrical grids and the internet and things like that. It's like when something like that happens, and for some period of time, whether it's, you know, a few weeks, a few months, or a few years, if we have to live in the dark ages again because of, you know, internet not working and electrical grids being all kinds of messed up and stuff like that, it's like we're doomed as a society, as humanity. It's like we can't handle it not having our technology anymore. It's like all these third world countries where you know, people speak with like weird clicks for languages and stuff like that. You know, it's not what anyone else would consider an audible language, and you know, like those will be the countries that start to thrive because they don't use internet. Oh, this guy's gonna suck. Don't come steal all my mana. I hadn't even thought about fighting a mana drain guy while not having an army of enemies or an army of minions to stop them from getting to you.
done.
I can see after, you know, getting some more upgrades and stuff that this build is going to become really amazing. Like, there is lightning all over the screen right now, and that will be really good later on once it's actually
Victory is mine.
kind of packing a punch, but right now it's pretty weak.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
I just don't quite have the gear to support it. The internet revealed the goblins of the UK. I think that's pretty much everywhere. Internet revealed all goblins everywhere. Fortunately, that dude was ranged and did not come and eat my face, because that could have been bad. Yeah, it's kind of the unfortunate thing about the internet is because not only did it reveal the goblins to us, but it revealed the goblins to everyone else on the planet. So every American goblin, for the most part, is now worldly. Infamous. God, stop pushing. Oh, they really have got to fix that. Peasants of the world. Yeah. Man, it's rough. Just watching some of the things. I mean, it's like getting onto TikTok these days, or just any real social media. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Like you just can't turn away. It's just like some of the stupid stuff that people do, and especially the stupid things that they say. So you're usually a pretty late night individual there, Hinsel? Said it was like 3 a.m. like an hour ago. Or maybe 2 hours ago, actually.
Fool!
Just trying to get an early start on enjoying your weekend. Yeah, I've always been a pretty late night individual myself. So, how did you find the channel? Just curious. It's 6 now. Yeah. Yeah. It's getting close. It's almost 1 a.m. here. So. Yeah, I'm trying to start constraining myself and I'm trying to get to the point to where 5 or 6 a.m. is the latest that I go, but the past couple of days I've been staying up until like 8, 9, or 10 o'clock in the morning. I get wrapped up in a game and I just don't want to quit. Yeah, even when I'm like even when you're not between a job, it's like I just prefer the nighttime. It's like I like it because it's quiet. How's the economy in UK doing right now? I know it's pretty rough here. It's been having a really hard time bouncing back properly pretty much ever since COVID hit. And I was unsure of what other countries are looking like as far as their economy and if it seems like COVID had similar issues. Oh, is it pretty bad? Yeah. Yeah, finding jobs here is really rough right now. It's like, I frequently tell people that are unhappy with their jobs, it's like, just stick with it until you find something else. It's like, don't quit because there's no guarantee you're going to find another one. I have a lot of friends that are kind of still in that younger age, and they kind of had that attitude about quitting jobs where it's like, oh, well, I'm unhappy with my job, so I'll quit it now, and then I'll just find another one, and I'll probably have a new job in a week or two or something like that, or whatever. And then, so they'll just quit their job without finding a new one, and it's like it's almost a death sentence right now. It's like there's just no jobs to be had. So it's like if you quit your job and you don't have another one yet, it's really rough here. Yeah, yeah, it's really, really hard right now. Yeah, hindsight is 20/20, they say. So you've been spending a lot of time gaming in your newfound window of freedom. Those are always the best times. Like, that's the stuff you'll remember. All the years of working, you're not going to remember shit of, but the handful of months here and there that you get free time to just sit back and play games and enjoy it, that's the kind of stuff you remember. Yeah, yeah, especially, like, that's always a good thing is, you know, if you had a decent job and you at least had a nice house and, you know, nice stuff to use and all that kind of stuff, it helps a lot. You kind of fall into that It's like, well, I have nice things. I just can't eat good food right now because I can't afford it. That was always the problem that I had. Yeah, you'll definitely get creative with some stuff, that's for sure. It's one of those super shitty things about getting older. It's like, I don't know what your age is, but I'm getting to the point now to where there's certain types of foods that just don't agree with me much anymore, so I gotta be careful about what I eat. Can't afford to get any fatter than what I already am.
Didn't break a sweat.
Yeah, you just kind of have to stick with it and just keep going. You know, hopefully you've got hopefully you got enough to be able to take care of yourself for a little while, and you know, once things start to clean up, you can kind of get back into pace of having the stuff that you need and find another job. Yeah. Yeah, wait for about 20 more years and let me know how you feel about it then. Yeah, 30s is where shit starts going downhill, that's for sure. My wife is experiencing that firsthand right now. I still love all the foods I used to love, they just don't love me. Nah, it's really not that bad. The biggest thing is just taking care of yourself. If you, you know, make sure you, you know, get that daily exercise in and try to eat halfway decently and stuff doesn't fall apart on you quite as badly. It's like my mother is, my mother's in her 70s now, and she still, she's got a small horse farm. Her and my dad live there, and she raises bees and still works with horses regularly, and you know, just does all that kind of stuff. And she's in her early 70s, so you can definitely take care of yourself to a certain extent to where you you don't really get that behind. It's just like with anything else in life, if you don't use it, you lose it. I'm actually considering, once the winter is over, planting a garden for the first time in my life. Having having a garden, growing my own food. Just some other way to get out and have some sort of you know, form of exercise that's just local, where I don't have to like pay a gym or something like that to do it, and then, you know, score some low cost food out of it, and you know, it's not, you know, covered in pesticides and everything else that you know, is trying to kill you without telling you it's killing you. Never something that I've had an interest in before, but I just, for whatever reason, I just started thinking about it like a week or two ago, and I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna do a farm, or not a farm, but a garden for the summer.
Back, creature!
I've been kind of experimenting with different foods and stuff like that as well, like things that, you know, they always say your taste changes as you age, you know, various points in your life. Things that you didn't used to like, you'll develop a taste for. So I've been trying to get into eating some slightly more healthy things. Been cooking up some beets and stuff like that lately. And then, huh? Yeah, tonight's not a good example, but but yeah, doing beets, like beets are insanely healthy for you, and they once you get used to them, they're really not that bad. And I've never been a fan of like sweet potatoes. I always hated them, but I'm trying to get myself into eating those. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, my wife is trying to make a sweet potato believer out of me. I just don't know if it's going to happen, but yeah, see, cream cheese is another one I'm not a big fan of. No, don't kill me. I'm too young to die. This ancient skeleton does not seem to agree, but oh crap, what is that? I've never been in this fight. Oh cool, he got stunned, or not stunned, but electrocuted before that attack went off. I thought I was so screwed there. I've never been in this fight this long with one of the targets dead. He's almost stunned. I'm trying not to. Oh, got it. That was rough.
The darkness is now dispelled.
The great steed's tusks. I shall honor them.
Yeah, I've been doing I've been eating oatmeal for breakfast. I'll do oatmeal and 2 or 3 boiled eggs, and then yeah, I need to incorporate some more sweet potatoes though. I eat quite a bit of kale. I don't think I've ever had chorizo before though. And I actually want to start making. My mother has a recipe. She does her own sourdough bread, and I actually want to get. I want to get a piece of the culture that she uses for making that bread and start making my own. There's a type of sourdough that you can make that actually slows the way that your body digests sugars, so it won't you won't absorb the sugar as quickly. so you can eat this kind of bread, and then foods that you have that have some sugar in them, they will pass through the point in your digestive system where you absorb the majority of the sugar. So like I want to get into doing stuff like that. I think that would be pretty cool. Okay, what do I get for this? Oh, look, a support gem. Just what I needed. Terrible quest. Terrible. But hey, Henslet, it's been great talking with you tonight. I think I'm gonna call it a night. It's 1 a.m. and the wife just got home from work, so I think we're gonna chill out for just a little bit. But the conversation has been amazing, man. I really appreciate you getting in here and chatting with me tonight. It's that's the big problem. The biggest problem that I've been having with my stream is just getting regular people in that like to have decent conversation. It's like I have a lot of people that come in and lurk, and you know I love having those guys here too. But even the lurkers, I think, get bored when there's not a lot of conversation going on. So it's always amazing. It's always amazing to get people in here and get them chatting and having a good conversation. Oh yeah, I actually used to do that a lot. So that's one of the things that I like to eat is getting sourdough bread, pouring a little fresh olive oil on it, and then take a clove of garlic. You can toast it with the olive oil on there, and it makes it a lot like butter. And when you toast it, it gets really rough, and then you can just scrape a clove of garlic across it, and it just kind of like grinds that garlic up because of how much texture it is. Yeah, salmon. I like a lot of salmon as well. Salmon's good stuff. Yeah, that stuff is definitely great. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna hop out of here for the night, and well, I'll be back on tomorrow night doing some more streaming. We're gonna be playing Pal World tomorrow, so I don't know if that'll be up your alley or not. But like I said, it was great to have a conversation with you. I hope you enjoyed the content. Normally I'm doing a little bit more playing, but we had a lot of people talking tonight, which was pretty cool. And yeah, make sure and hit that like and subscribe if you want to come back and check me out while I'm streaming again in the future. I usually run like 4 nights a week, and normally I go fairly late till at least right about now. Sometimes a little later, but it's hit or miss. Just kind of depends on how much conversation's going on. So, but yeah, have a great morning, I guess. Get yourself some sleep, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you again in the future. And thanks to everybody else that hung out tonight and listened, and if those of you are still around that were talking earlier, like I said, I really appreciate it. Make sure if you're on Twitch, you hit that follow button, come back and see me. I do have several videos up now on my YouTube page. It's still pretty new, but I do have some new videos up for Night Nell, for Path of Exile. So there's a couple of little tips on there for Path of Exile. Hopefully I will have my review for Path of Exile out soon as well. And you guys can check that out when you get some free time. But I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing some Power World, and until then, have a great night, and we'll catch you guys next time.